that we're done with our nearby restaurant tile, we can take it off the board. Next, we want to move on to our food tile. So in doing so, we need to go ahead and create the list inside of our food page. Like all fastest foods, we need to create the page inside of, we need to create the list inside of our recommendations as well. We need to create a list. So that's something that we're going to do. So before we proceed, we can go ahead and add a list. Okay. So here we're going to have foods lists in recommendations page, and that's going to be another task. And we're going to have another one for all fastest foods. So we need to create two separate lists, but since we're going to be working on our UI, the list is going to be the same, So let's just go ahead and rename this from recommendation to fastest. Okay, like this. Okay, so here, what we need to do, we need to focus on creating these two, and then we can go to our food tile, and our food tile is going to be a little bit similar to this. So let's go ahead and see how we can tackle all of our tasks at once. So let's go back to our project. Inside of our project, we need to go to our lib folder. Inside of our lib folder, we're going to home, widgets, not widgets as yet, but we need to go to this page. So we need to have a return value here, a return widget. So our return widget is going to be similar to the one that we have in here. Okay, so we're going to copy this, the background container, which retains the list. Okay, but we're going to be rendering a different set of data. The data that we're going to be passing here is going to be the data related to the food, not to the restaurants. Okay, so going back to our page, we can open all fastest foods page, and then we can paste the code that we just copied in the other page. Let's close this, and we need to import our background container. After that, we need to go ahead and replace this with foods. Okay, so we also need screen utils. After that, let's go ahead and change these names. So here we're going to be accessing the foods list, and here it's supposed to be food. Okay, so our return is going to be a foods tile, right? So what we can do, we can just go ahead and create the tile first. So inside of widgets, we can create a new file, and we can create a food tile, and it has to be a .dot file, and we go to our restaurant. Inside of our restaurant, we're just going to copy everything. Our restaurant tile, we're going to copy everything, go back to our food tile, and then we're going to paste the code. After that, we need to just change the name from restaurant tile to food tile, like that. Okay, so here we're going to be receiving food. So that's the same name that we need to pass to our, that we need to require inside of our formal parameters. So here it's supposed to be food, and we're going to access the image URL. That's the first. The second thing that we need to handle is going to be the title. So it's supposed to be food. And here, instead of having delivery time, we're also going to have delivery time. So that's going to remain the same. So if we visit here, let's wait for our data to load. We're going to have delivery time. Okay. So we need to change this to food. And instead of having an address here, we're going to have a list view. So what we can do, we can replace this with an empty container for now. And here we're going to be saving the prices. Okay. But we need to just go ahead and remove this logic because we don't require it anymore. So we're going to just select everything, paste the color, and we go to the title. Okay, so the title is supposed to be our price. Okay, so here we're going to access foods, and we need to get the price. We need to make it a string. So we're going to make it as fixed, and we need 2 decimal places like that. Okay, so we don't have an error in here. So what we need to do here, let's go ahead and visit this page. Now we need to hook the food tile. So instead of returning the restaurant tile, we're going to return the food tile here. And we're going to pass food like that. Okay, so we just need to save. So after we save, we can try to visit our page. So we are in the all fastest foods page. So we can go ahead and open this. So this is what our page looks like for now. So we can go ahead and play around with our tile a little bit. So we do have our price here with 2 decimal places. That's exactly what we need. We can change this to bold. Okay, like that, but we do need to add a $sign. So here we're going to add a $sign. After that, it's going to be like that. Okay, so here we do have a positioned widget. This positioned widget, we need to have another positioned widget to add this particular food to the cart. Okay, so what we can do, we can just copy this positioned widget, add a comma, paste it down. Instead of having a container as our child, we're going to have, let's just keep it as a container, but we need to change the size to 19. So inside, instead of returning this text, right, we're going to return an icon. So for the icon, we're going to go ahead with material community icons. It's supposed to be material community icons, and we're going to get a cart. Okay, that's supposed to be a cart plus. Okay, we need to give it a size. So here we're going to give it a size of 15, like that. So let's try to save. So it's here, but we do need to push it right before our price. Okay, so to do that, we need to change this. Okay, let's give it a 70. Okay, 75 will do. And let's go ahead and change the color. So here, the color, we're going to go with K secondary. And let's change the color of the icon itself. We need to make it white. So let's go with K light white. Okay, so that's going to be our icon. Let's just go ahead and format our code a little. So we formatted our code. So we need to wrap this container inside of a gesture detector. Okay, because we need it to be pressable. Isn't every time that we press on it, we should add something to the cart. We should add the item to the cart. So we're going to add a gesture detector. Instead of our gesture detector, we're going to have an onTap function, and we're going to pass an empty function for now. Okay, so we are done with that. So right at the bottom here, we do have our name, and we have we have our delivery time. We need a list of additives this particular food has. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this. Close this as well. So this container, okay, that's the one that we want to deal with. So we gave it a width. We need to give it a height here. Not container, but inside of the size box. Let's give it a height. We're going to give it a height of, let's give it a height of 19. 18. 18 will do. If it is height, we put .h. And down here, we need to return a list view. We can use list view, or we can use, okay, let's go with a list view builder. List view dot builder. Okay, so here we do require the item builder and the item length, item count, I mean. So for item count is supposed to be, and for food, we're going to access additives. We need additives. So here, instead of, okay, we are going to put a string and we're going to have additives. So we need to just visit our food item, our food list, just to be sure. So let's go back to our constants, UI data. These are categories. We can close them. These are restaurants, food. Okay, we need additives. Okay, so this is the name that we want to put inside of this array, and we're going to get the length. It's supposed to be dot length. Like that. So for builder, we're going to have context and index. And then we're going to return something. So our return is going to be, our return widget is going to be a container. Instead of our container, we're going to go ahead and put a margin. So for margin, we're going to just push this thing to the right. We're going to push, we're going to add a margin to the right, only to the right, and we're going to put a margin of 5. Okay. After that, let's go ahead and have a decoration. So for decoration, we said we require box decoration. So inside of a box decoration, we need to give our items color. So we're going to give it, we're going to give our items a secondary color, secondary light. After that, we need to go ahead and give it a border radius. So for border radius, we're going to have border radius dot on, and we need radius dot circular. Okay, so we're going to give it a radius of 9, like that. Okay, so that's it for that part. Let's close this here. So let's add some commas here, and let's format our code. After formatting our code, here, what we need to do, we need to create an instance where we are going to store our additive, not additives, but our additive, okay? Is equals to, okay. We're going to access additives, and we're going to take whatever we have in that particular index that we're on, and we're going to store it in here, okay? So let's just keep the consistency. After that, let's give a child to our container, because we have dealt with our decoration, but we do need a child. So for a child, we're going to have a center. So inside of our center widget, we're going to have a padding. Let's go ahead and have a padding. So we're going to give it a padding of 2. So here we're going to have padding. We're going to use agencies.o, and here we're going to give it a 2. After that, we need to give our padding a child, and we're going to have a reusable text widget like that. So we need to have our text and our app style. So let's bring our style down to the bottom. So here is supposed to be app style. Let's give it a size. We're going to give it a size of 8, and let's give it a color. So for our color, we're going to go with K gray. Okay, and let's give it a font weight. So we're going to give it a font weight of W400, like that. So here we need to have our text. So our text is going to be additive, and in here we need the title of that particular additive. Okay. Okay, so here everything is okay, but we did forget one thing. That's the scroll direction of our list view. So here we're going to have scroll direction, and we're going to make it horizontal. So it's going to be like that. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Let's try 16. Okay, 16 or 15. Okay, 15 will do us justice. Okay, it's only scrollable if it's covering if it's exceeding our maximum width. Okay, and if it is not, then it's not scrollable. Okay, so we're done with this part. So now it's easier to replicate what we've done in our other page. So our other page is going to be try something new, is it? So we can close this as well. Here, let's just save, and we can go to our other page, which is the recommendations page, and we need to open this page as well. Okay, so we can just copy everything. Let's format the code first. We can copy everything that we have here, and we can go to our recommendations, and we're going to replace the body, and then we need to import these. So first we need our container, we need screen utils, we need our data, and we need our tile, like that. So that's it for that part, but we need to take care of our app bar. So we need to give it a 0 when it comes to the elevation. Okay, so here you can play around with the colors if you want. So let's take, for example, we make this not, let's make it case secondary. If you make this case secondary, that means you have to make this part case secondary as well. So that part is covered inside of our scaffold. That's going to be our scaffold background. So it's going to be like that. So you can pick whichever way you want to do it. So here you can change the color to K light white, and the design is still okay. Okay, so you can choose which way you want to do it. So for this one, probably I'm just going to keep that one, and I'm just going to copy this, copy the app bar, and I'm going to put it across. And change this to nearby restaurants. So if you go to nearby restaurants, this is what we have. We need the fastest. Paste the same. Fastest foods. Okay. Okay. So that's it. So we are done with this. Now let's go back to our board, and we need to take this off our bucket list because we are done with them. So we are done with this. The only thing that's left is getting user location. Now that we're done with our UI, the parts that we need to work on first, we need to jump into our backend. But before we start creating a new project, what we need to do, we need to just go through our basic architecture of our backend. Okay, so taking a look at this diagram that we have our mobile application, which is our front end. Our front end is going to be communicating with two servers. The first one is going to be the app server, and the second one is going to be the payment server. So we're going to take a look at our app server, or the data that we have in our application, or the data that we're going to display in our front end is going to come from our app server. And our app server is communicating with our database. In this instance, we're using MongoDB. So this is an instance of MongoDB. Okay. So when it comes to our payment server, what we're doing, we're going to be placing an order from the mobile application, and then we're going to be sending the order to our app server first. Okay, and the payment status of that order is going to be pending. At the same time, in our front end, we'll see the interface of Stripe. That's where we are going to be processing the payment. So once the payment is completed, then we are going to be updating the status of that order. So this is why we do have this error. Once we've created an order, then we are sending the ID of that order to our payment server. Okay, so here in our payment server, we do have a third part. A third part can be any service, any payment method that you want to use. In this instance, we're going to be using Stripe. So this third part is going to be Stripe, and we're going to be using webhooks for communication between our third part service and our server. Okay, so if the payment is done, the message is going to come from Stripe to our application server, and it's sent to our front end, and then we can show a different page, like a successful payment page. So that's how this is going to work. Since we are done with our basic architecture, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and visit this part. So these are all the endpoints that we're going to have in our application. We have a different route for each and every thing that we're going to have. We have users, we have addresses routes, we have food routes, restaurants, categories, orders, and rating. Okay, so whenever we are working on our functions, we're going to be visiting this part to check which part are we working on. For instance, let's say we are working on our authentication. So these are the routes that we're going to be looking at. We're going to be looking at login and create a user. When we are working on our user, it's a different route. That's going to be a different route. I'll explain a little bit more when we get to coding. We're going to be working on these to verify email, to verify phone number, and to get profile, as well as to delete a profile. These service endpoints will help us to figure like how many functions do we need to create for each and every part that we are going to have in our each and every controller that we're going to have in our application. This is worth take note to before we start. So because this is going to be the roadmap of our backend. Okay, so for now, I'm not going to go in detail, but we're going to go in detail as we go ahead and create our functions. And down at the bottom, we have our database design. So our database design shows the layout of our database and the relationships that we're going to have amongst the tables. In this instance, we're using MongoDB, so we're going to call them schemas amongst all the schemas that we are going to have. So the links are different. Let's take, for example, here we do have a user schema. So these are the values that we're going to have in our schema. So we have our primary key, which is our ID. Our ID, we are going to be using it in different tables. Let's take, for example, we do have an arrow which is directing us to this cut item. Okay, so for each and every cut item that we're going to create, we're going to require a foreign key, and this foreign key is going to come from the user table. This is why we have this arrow. And if we take a look at our addresses as well, we do have an arrow which require a user ID. So this is just the relationship that we are going to have. So this is the part that we're going to also revisit when we're creating our schemas and working on our project. Let's go ahead, create a new project, and then we can tackle each and every task one by one, okay? And then we can explain a little bit more when it comes to relationships. Since our application is big enough, relationships might get confusing a little bit. So that's why we created this, so that we can have a clearer understanding of what exactly are we doing and how are we going to do it. Without wasting any time, let's jump in and start working on our project. Okay, so before we create our project, we have to look at the tasks that we need to take care of in the first place. So we do have a list of tasks that we need to take care of beforehand. So I've created the list. So we're going to continue doing the same thing that we did for our front end part. So this is the list that we're going to be working on first. And then we're going to add more tasks as we go. Okay. So first we need to go ahead and just create a new folder where we're going to store our project. Okay, you can choose wherever you want to store your project. So mine, I'm going to store it in this folder with the name projects. I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it Backend Foodly. Okay, so you need to drag and drop this folder in your code editor. So I'm going to open a new window in VS Code and drag and drop the folder. So we are done with the first part. Next, what we need to do, we need to initialize a project. Okay, so we need to go ahead and open a terminal. So we have our terminal open. So here we need to run the command npm init. We don't need this. We need to just -y. Okay, so we've initialized our project. So if we go ahead and take a look, we have the package.json here. Okay, so since we have this package.json, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and open the starter file, okay, that I said you need to download in the first place. Once you open the file, what you need to do, you need to drag and drop it inside of the code editor. After that, what you need to do, we need to just go ahead and copy everything from scripts, line 6 up until the end. Okay, so these are dependencies that we're going to be using in this project. So let's just copy everything, go back to our project, starting from line 6 down to the bottom. We're going to replace everything. So what we need to do now, we need to create this server.js. So I'm just going to copy the name. After copying the name, we need to come to our root directory, create a new file, and we're going to call it server.js. This file, inside of this file, we need to instantiate our application. So I'm going to use Nodejs Express like that. So we have our application set up ready. What we need to do here now is to just go ahead, try to run the application. But before we run the application, we need to install the dependencies that we have added to our package.json. So let's go ahead, save our package.json, close this one since we don't require it anymore. In our terminal, we need to install these dependencies. So to install dependencies, we use the command npm I and we press enter. So all these dependencies are going to be installed using this command. So we have to wait a little bit up until these dependencies are installed. While we're waiting, let's go ahead and create our folder structure. Okay, so let's just bring this, make it full screen. So first, we're going to require a folder for controllers. We're going to require another folder for routes. We're going to require another one for utils, and we're going to require another one for models. And we also need to create a .env file. So we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it .env. It's supposed to be .env here, so we need to rename it a dot before env. So our dependencies are done installing. Let's clear our terminal. After clearing our terminal, we can run this application, okay, this backend application. So that's what I'm going to do now. So we are going to use the command npm start. Our application is running on port 3000. So I'm going to make a few changes. This line is the line that we have here, okay? So I'm going to say fully backend is running on port. Then this is the port that we have right here on top. Okay, so if we save our file, then our changes are going to be shown on our terminal, since we're using nodemon to port reset our application after we make a change to our application and save it. So that's all that we need to do for starters. Let's go ahead and see what we need to do next. So next, we're going to be looking at .env, okay? And we want to send this port number to our .env file, and then we can connect to our database. So now that we're done with initializing our server, what we need to do, we need to configure .env. So to configure .env, we need to import .env right on top. So we're going to have .env is equals to require .env, and then we close it here. After that, what we're going to do, we're going to have .env.config, okay, so that we can use our env variables in our application. Okay, since we got this out of the way, what we need to do now, we need to test whether our configurations are working or not. So what we're going to do here, we're going to just get rid of the port. After get rid of the port, we're going to go ahead and create a new variable in our .env file. Okay, and we're going to call it port. So here our port is going to be 1013. That's the number that I'm going to use. So once you have that, you need to go ahead and just add equal here. You need to go back to your server.js. In your server.js, find a port. Okay, so in this line 10, okay, we just need to just go ahead. Let's go ahead and save. Our application is still running on 3000, is not running on this port that we have here. So this approach is a little bit off, because the first port that we need to look for is the one that we have in our .env. Okay, so what we can do, we can just copy this process.env.port, put it here. If this port is not found, then we're going to go with port 3000, and not 3000, but let's just use the same 6013. And here the port number that we need to display is not 3000, because here we're getting 3000. We need to display this port from our .env file. Okay, and let's get rid of this. and let's save this file. So now our application is running on 6013. That's exactly what we need. So the next thing that we are going to take care of is our database connection. So before we go ahead and create our database, let's just go ahead and connect our database. So here we're going to have const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. Let's bring this a little bit to the top. And now we need to use this instance of mongoose to connect to our database. Right at the bottom, we're going to say mongoose.connect. So to connect, we need a database connection, right? The string. So that string is going to come from our .env file. So we need to access our .env file. We use process.env to access the variables. And here we're going to say db connection, a db URL. Now let's just go with Mongo URL. Okay. So here we need to add then. Let's go ahead and close this. So if our database is connected, we need to log a message to our console here. Okay. And if it is not, then we're going to go ahead and catch the error, and we're going to log the error. So let's close that. So first we're going to deal with then, and then we can go ahead and handle our error. So here inside of like line 10, in here, what we're going to do, we're going to just remove braces. And what we're going to do, we're going to have log. And we need to log a message. Okay. So we can say fully connected to database. Let's get rid of an extra quotation. And if we do have an error, we're going to do the same. We're going to log that error. Like that. Let's remove that. So that's all that we need to do to connect to our database, but we don't have our URL as yet. That's why we do have this error. So we need to go ahead and create a new variable inside of our .env. And now we need to go ahead to our Atlas, create a new database, and then we can connect it. We can get the string and we can paste the string here so that we can have a successful connection. Let's go ahead and visit our browser. We need to go to MongoDB, to Atlas, and then we can create our database. Okay. So we do have Atlas here. So you just need to visit MongoDB website, and then you can go ahead and create a new project. So we need to give this project a name. So we're going to give it a name, Foodly. Yeah, let's press next. After pressing next, everything here remains the same unless you do have a team. If you have a team, then you can invite them here by adding their emails. Okay. But for mine, I'm just going to go ahead and create the project. So this might take a little bit depending on your connection, but not so much. So our database, our cluster is created now the next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and create a database deployment. So we're going to go with a free tier, and I'm going to leave this as it is. Going to use AWS, and let's see whether, okay, I'm going to use Hong Kong because that's a region which is closer to me. And for the cluster name, I'm just going to go with the same name. I'm going to go with Foodly. After that, we're just going to hit create. Okay, so we need to finish this recapture, and then we can verify. After verifying, then our cluster, our database deployment will be created. So we are required to have a user, a password. Okay, so for a user, I'm going to use the same Foodly. And for the password, I'm going to use this auto-generated one. So I'm just going to copy the password, paste it somewhere so that I won't forget it. And then we go back. We're going to create the user. Okay. After creating the user, here we need to deploy our cluster to the cloud environment. So you have to choose cloud environment here. And down at the bottom, we need to add an IP address. So our IP is going to be 0.0.0/0. Okay, so here we're just going to give it a name. So the reason why we're using this IP address, because we want to make our database accessible throughout all regions, all locations. Okay, so if we add this IP address, it will appear here. So I'm going to remove this other IP address because I don't require it. So we're done with this section. The next thing that we need to do is to finish and close. After finishing and closing, then we just need to go to overview. So in our overview, we need to go ahead and hit connect so that we can get the URL that we want to use in our application. Okay, so this is the URL that we're going to use. We're going to copy that, close, and then we're going to go back to our application. In our application, what we need to do, we just need to paste the URI that we copied. This is our password. We need to replace this password with our password, our correct password that we generated when we're creating a user. So now the most important thing is the database name. We need to give our database a name because we created a cluster. This is our class, our username. This is our cluster name, but we do need a database name. So our database name comes after this slash. Okay. So I'm going to use the same name for our database as well. So that's going to be our database name. Let's just go ahead and save that. After saving, we want to rerun this application and see whether we will get a successful database connection or not. So we go back to our server.js. In our server.js, I'm just going to press Ctrl S. Okay, so we have a successful database connection. So we're done with connecting to our database. That's creating a cluster and connecting to our database. So what we need to do now, we need to go back to our list and we can just check things off our list, and then we can see what we're going to be doing next. So here we have created a new project. We've created a new project, so we're going to get that off. Installed packages, configure environment variables, connect to database, create folder structure. We have done all that. So now we need to move on to our schemas. Okay, we need to move on to category schemas, and then we can go to controllers as well as our route. Okay, so now that we're done with initializing our application and connecting to our database, the next thing that we can move on to is to create our category schema. So we need to go to our root directory. But before we create the schema, what do we need to do? We need to create a new folder to add to our folder structure. We need the folder for our middlewares. Okay. So that's going to be our complete folder structure. So let's go to our models. In our models, we need to create a new file and we're going to call it category. And it has to be a JS file. Okay. Like that. So in here, in our file, the first thing that we're going to require is an instance of our mongoose. So we're going to have const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. Okay, so that's the first thing. Right after that, we need to create our schema. Our schema name is going to be category schema, and we need to create a new Mongo schema. And let's go ahead and close this. Okay, and we close it. So inside, that's where we are going to put our variables. So let's go ahead and visit our database design. So if we take a look at our database design, we do have a schema for categories. So there are three values that we're going to require. The first value is a primary key. So this key is going to be provided by MongoDB, by Atlas. So we're not going to take care of ID in each and every schema that we have. The ID is not ours to put, but for Mongoose will assign that ID. So here, if we take a look at our schema, we do have a value, a title, and our image URL. So all these are going to be strings, okay? So here so if you are visiting this URL later on, then you will have the data types as well. So here we're going to have 3 string values in our category schema. So let's go back to our application. And first, what we need to have our title. Our title is going to be of type string. It's supposed to be type over here. So we're going to have type, and our type is going to be string, and we're going to set it as required. So we need to set this required property to true, and then we close. So we're just going to copy this and paste it 2 more times. So we're going to require a value down here, and our value is going to be a string as well. So we're going to leave it like that. And down at the bottom, we're going to require an image URL like that. So now that we're done creating this schema, we need to export it. So at the bottom, we're going to add a new line. We're going to have module exports, and then we're going to export our category schema. Okay. So take note, this name is the name that we have here, and this name is the name of our model. Okay. So we are done creating our category schema. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to focus on our controller. Let's go ahead and create a category controller. We need to create a new file first, and we're going to give it a name. And the name is going to be category controller. So take note, when you're putting C for controller, it has to be uppercase. Like that. So category controller, and it has to be a JS file. So for our controller, what we need to do, we need to just import our category model. Okay. So this model is going to come from models, and the name is category. And down at the bottom, we need to export all the functions that we're going to create inside of this controller. Okay. So far so good. The first thing that we need to do is to create a function to create a category. Okay, so let's take care of that. But before we go ahead and do that, let's just close this and go back to our service endpoints. So we have categories here. So we need to create, right? We need to create. So when we're creating, we're going to be using posts. So this is something that we're going to take care of in our routes. But we need to create, and we need to get all, and we need to get random. So these are the functions that we need. So let's go ahead and work on the first one, which is to create a category. So here it's supposed to be create category. So when creating a category, what are we going to require? This function, we're going to make it asynchronous. And it's going to require the request and the response. And we need to close it down here. So right inside, the first thing that we're going to need a try catch block. Okay. So inside of our try, let's put this outside of our try. So we're going to have const new category. Okay, so our new category is going to be a new category, and we're getting the data from the requests. Okay, a request.body. You like that? Let's go ahead and close that. Okay, so we need to get rid of braces. We don't require braces over here. And then our error will go away. So now that we get this data from request body, created a new category and stored it in this variable, we need to save the data that we have in this variable in our database. Okay, so down in our try, we need to go ahead and await the new category, and we're going to save that data in our database. After saving the data, we need to send back the response back to the user. Okay, in this instance, this might be the admin, okay, or the person who's creating the backend. But in a real world scenario, this response is sent to the administrator, because he's the one who's responsible for creating categories, depending on the approach that you are taking, whether you're giving restaurants the ability to create categories when they're uploading food. But for this application, categories are meant to be created by the administrator. Okay, so what we need down here, we need a response dot status. So since we're creating, our status is going to be 201. Okay, and we need to pass a JSON. So inside of our JSON, we're just going to pass a message and a status. So our status is going to be a boolean. We're going to make it true, and our message is going to be category created successfully. So we're done with this part. Down at the bottom, we need to handle our error. If we do have an error, we need to send a response back to the user. So we do have our catch and our error. So the response that we're going to send it as 500 here. And our status has to be false, since we're not successfully creating a category if you run into an error. So here, false signifying that the category is not created. And our message, we are going to access the error that we have here, and we are going to get the message from that. Okay, so error.message. So that's going to be our function to create categories. So next, we're going to move on to our next function, which is to get all categories and then we can create another one to get random categories. So random categories are the categories that we're going to be displaying in our home page, because we want to make our application in a way that, like, if a user closes the application and open the application again, then they'll get a new set of categories. They won't be seeing the same data over and over again. So they'll get something new each and every time they open the application. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Next, we're moving on to get all categories, and then we can move on to get random categories. Senior, so here we need to add a colon so that we can start working on our next function. So our next function is going to be get all categories. So in getting all categories, before we say that we do have to get rid of the more category, right? When we're creating our front end. So we're going to take care of it right in here, because that's something that we don't want to do in our front end. Okay, so here we're taking in request and response. So inside of our function, the first thing that we're going to require is a try catch block. And we need to go ahead and create a new variable where we are going to store our categories, and we're going to call it categories, like that. And we are going to await category find. So when we are finding, if we use this method here, we are going to retrieve everything. But what we need to do, we need to exclude a category with the name more. We haven't created it, we'll create it and then we'll run some tests. So we have to come inside of this bracket. Inside of the bracket, we have to add braces. Inside of our braces, we have to put a title. So we have to exclude a category with the name more, okay? And we need to add another set of braces. So to exclude, we need to put $sign and E. Then we put the name of the category that we don't want to retrieve from the database. In this instance, our name is going to be more, like this, okay? So when we're getting all the categories that we're going to push to our database, we're going to leave this one behind, okay? And one other thing, when we are retrieving our data, we want to exclude __ v from our data, okay? So we have to add a comma first and then add some braces. Here we add the variable name of the variable that we want to exclude, put semicolon, and then we put a 0. That means we're excluding that particular variable, okay? So we're done with that part. After we're done with this line, we need to return a response back to the user, okay? So we're going to copy this line from here, and then we're going to paste it down here. So we need to make a few changes. The first one is going to be the status. So status is going to be 200 since we're getting the data only. And we need to get rid of these braces, and we need to send back the categories that we are retrieving from our database. If we do have an error, we're going to have this as our response, okay? Response.status 500, our status is going to be false, and our message is going to be error.message. So that's all for get all categories. Next, we're going to go ahead and get random categories. So random categories are the categories that we're going to display on our homepage, okay? And for random categories, we have to have like a limited set of data, since we don't want to send back all the categories that we have in our backend. So let's take, for instance, just for efficiency, we have to send some like 5 categories. using this get random categories. So that this limits the number of like the data that we're sending back. Our application will load a little bit faster. Okay, so here what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have our requests and our response. We need to put our function. Inside of our function, the first thing that we're going to require is a try catch. So in our try, we're going to use let, we're not going to use const. So for this part, we're going to use aggregation, okay? So we're going to be aggregating our categories is equals to wait. So here, we're going to use aggregate, not find, and then we need to have the sample size, like how many items do we want to send back to the user. In this instance, we are sending 4 items, okay? So that's not all. We need to do something else besides the sample. Here, we need to also exclude, not exclude. Okay, for this part, we need to exclude. We need to exclude more because we don't want to reshuffle. Because let's say we are sending the data, right? We don't want to reshuffle more. This more category that we have to put it last every time that we are sending back the response. Okay, so in our aggregation, we're going to just go ahead and exclude this category. Okay, so first we're going to match. Then here we do require a title. So we're doing the same. We're using this same brace in here to exclude a category with the name more. Okay, so here it's either we can use title or we can use value. So our values are going to be lowercase, so we're going to use value here and we're going to say more here. Okay, so once we have these categories, now we need to add, we need to push, this is a list. Okay, we need to push the more category to the last index of this list. Okay, so down at the bottom, we're going to have const more category is equals to await category dot find. Here we are finding a category with the value more. Okay, after finding that value, we're just excluding this, or we can include it either way. Let's exclude it. Okay, so that's the data that we have here, the data related to this more category. And down at the bottom, now we need to put a condition. If more category, then we need to go ahead and access the categories that we have. And then we're going to push more categories like that. Okay. After we push, now we need to send back a response back to the user. Okay. So our response is going to be response.status. Our status is going to be 200. And for our JSON response, we're going to be passing categories. Okay. So don't be confused. So here we're just pushing more to categories. We're still using the same category. This is why we use let here instead of using const. Okay. So let's save that. So we're done with these functions. The other thing that we need to do, we need to take care of our error. If we have one, we need to send back a response back to the user. Okay, so that's it. Next, let's focus on our router. Okay, after our router, we can go to Postman, create a Postman collection environments, and then we can test these functions that we created. Let's go ahead and work on our routes. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to head to our routes. Instead of our routes, we need to create a new file and we need to call it category. and it has to be a JS file. So take note of the spelling here. It's supposed to be category, and it has to be a JS file. After that, you just need to create the file. So in this file, the first thing that we're going to require is a router, and our router is going to come from Express. So we need to require Express dot router over here. And the next thing that we do need to import is our category controller. So our category controller is going to come from our controllers. So here, to be sure, we can just get rid of this. We access our controllers. Instead of our controllers, we get category controller. So right at the bottom, we need to use this instance of a router that we created. So we need to use router. So the first one is going to be post, and we need to add a brace. So first we need to just add a slash. Okay. After our we need to add a comma, and we need to also access our category controller, and we need to map it to create category like this. So for starters, we're not going to be using our middlewares, so that's something that we can do a little bit later, because here in between we can add a middleware. This one should be a protected route because only a set of allowed users or members or rows should be allowed to post categories, be it restaurants and admin. If you're a client, you shouldn't be able to post a category, but it might slow us a little bit down. So what we need to do, we just need to make it open. We create our categories, and whenever we are done creating our middlewares, then we can come and hook them up in here. Okay, so that's the first. So for a second, we need to go ahead and we need a get. So here we're going to go ahead and get all categories. Okay, down in the bottom, we are going to have the one to get random categories. So here we're just going to say random, like that. So we need to map it to get random categories. Okay, so that's it. But as this router, with this router looking like this, we cannot use it inside of any folder. So what we need to do, we need to export our router. So we need to add module exports, and we need to export our router. Okay, so now we can be able to hook this router to our server.js. So we go back to our application. Before we hook our route, what we need to do, we need to be able to process JSON data. Okay, so we need to add this line, app.use express.json, and at the bottom we need to go ahead and add another line, okay, with your encoded, and we need to set extended to true. Okay, so that's all that we need to do here. And at the bottom, what we need to do now, we need to go ahead and hook our router, but we need to import our router first before we use it in our application. Okay, so at the top, we need to have consts. So this is going to be category router. let's call it route, is equals to require. So we're going to require our router from routes folder. Okay. So since we are in the index.js, we're going to use one dot, and then we access our root directory. From our root directory, we need to access routes. After accessing routes, we're going to access category. Okay. Seems like we do have an error. Let's see. Oh, the error is coming from. Okay, let's just connect to our server first, and then we can fix the error. So here, to use our route, we need to app.use, and we need to give this route a name. So the name is going to be category. Now we can call it categories here. So we need to stop our application, try to figure out what the error is, and then we can continue. Okay, and rectify our error. So our error is coming from line 4 inside of our category route. So here we mapped category controller to category controller, which is actually ridiculous at this point. So it's supposed to be create category right here. So if we save, we ain't supposed to run into an error. So that's the correct way to do it. So just make sure that here you do have the correct function and for all the routes. Okay. So now that we got that out of the way, what we can do, we can go ahead and open Postman. So we need to open Postman. After opening Postman, we do have a collection inside of our starter folder. That's the collection that we need to open here. So let's give our Postman a little bit of time. So I already have this collection right here. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to show you how to import the collection. Okay. So let's go ahead and push this to the side. So this is the file that we require. Or we already have the file. Okay, we do have the file here, and we have the Postman collection over here. Okay, so we need to import this collection. So to import the collection, you need to go ahead and let's see, and import right on top. Here we do have an import button. Okay, we do have an import button, so you just need to go ahead and press import. After pressing import, this window will be shown. So what you need to do, you just need to drag and drop the collection, and then you import. Since I have it, I have to import it as a copy. Okay, so this is going to be our collection. So I'm going to rename it to Foodly tutorial. So that's going to be our collection. So our main focus is on categories at this particular point. So we have 3 routes, which are get random categories, get categories, and post categories. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the endpoints that we're not using. let's get rid of these so that we won't have any confusion. So the first thing is to post, but to post we do require a body. So if we go to our body, we do have data right here, okay? But before we even post here, we do have our URL. So we are running our application on port 6013, okay? But the best way to do it is to go ahead and create an environment, okay? So I'm going to set this to no environment, and I'm going to create a new environment. So I'm going to add the environment name, Flutter tutorial. Okay, so the first variable that we're going to add is base URL. And our base URL is going to be localhost 6013. So that's going to be our base URL there. Let's save that. And we want to select this environment as our environment. So we need to just click here. Okay, so you click this drop down, you get the drop down and you select the environment. So let's close that for now. So we need to get rid of this localhost to our environment variable. So here we need base URL. That's going to be our URL. So if you have over, this is our base URL, localhost 6013. So if we hit send, then this data is going to be sent to our database. So let's go ahead and try. We do have an error. We cannot post 404. Okay, so here it's supposed to be category, not categories. So let's just go back to our server. In our server, oh, that's not the server. So our server is backend, this one. So what we need to do, we need to go to our server.js. In our server.js, we need to change this from categories to category. And then we save. After saving, let's go back to Postman. And then we hit okay, we do have another error. So here we need to include API. So here we just passed category, okay? And that's not the right way to do it. Okay, so we need to add API so that it can match whatever we have in our Postman. Okay, so if we follow this pattern, we don't need to change anything in our collection. So this is the pattern that we are going to be using throughout the application. API, we hit the API first, and then we hit the required endpoint. So let's go ahead and try to post again. Okay, so we've successfully posted our category. So if we go to our database, and visit our database, we should have a collection with the name, categories, and here we'll find the one with the name more. So this is the one that we just created. So we can add a few more, maybe 2 or 3. So here I'm going to just pull out the images. So here are the images that I'm going to use, but you have the images in your assets. So you can just upload them to your Bead Firebase, then get the URLs, and you use the URLs to when you're sending your data to when you're creating your categories. Okay, so first I'm going to start with chicken. So let's go back to Postman. In Postman, we're going to change this image to the image that we copy. And next, we need to call this category chicken. And for the title, it has to be chicken with an uppercase. So we copy the name, we paste it here, and we change this to uppercase. So let's go ahead and press send. Okay, so this has been created. So here, let's go ahead and have pizza right at the bottom, pizza with a lowercase, and we need to get the image. So all these images are in your assets. So you can just go ahead, upload them to Cloud Drive, get the URLs, and then you can use the URLs. So for pizza, we can go ahead and send. We've already created that one. So let's move on to the next one. So our next one is going to be, let's go ahead and check the images. We can have spaghetti. First, we replace the image. I'm going to copy the name from here. So that's going to be spaghetti. And here we're going to put spaghetti with, instead of calling it spaghetti, let's just call it pasta here, just to make the names a little bit shorter, because we want to just avoid longer names because of the overflow issues, and we don't want our widgets to be longer, to be a little bit bigger. We want them to be smaller, especially when they are for the categories. So let's go ahead and push that. After pushing, we can create probably the last one. So let's go ahead to our images again, and we're going to take one for beverages. Okay, we paste the image, we change the name to beverages, same as the title, beverages with uppercase B, and then we post that. Okay, so these categories are created successfully. So if we come back to our database and refresh our collection, then we're going to have 5 categories. Okay, so right now we have the capability to go ahead and run a get request to get all categories. So if we come to categories, here we just need to have our base URL. So here we're going to hit okay. We do have an extra brace here. That's why we do have an error. So let's send a request again. So we've successfully get the data. Okay. So when we're getting all categories, we said we are not going to be getting more for getting all categories. So here, if we take a look, this is the data that we're getting. We don't have more. We only have 4 categories, but in our database, we have 5. So if you're running a test on get random categories, we're going to see the difference. So here, I'm going to save this data as get categories, and that's okay. And we're going to just have a documentation for our endpoint, and that's a comment. We want to document our our REST API. Okay, so we have our documentation. So if you have the collection, probably you have the documentation as well. So let's take, for example, you visit random categories, and if you go and press documentation, yeah, for that one we don't, but I'm going to generate it now so that you can read through. If you have any problems, you already have the documentation. So let's go ahead and save. So for random categories, we just need to send the request and see whether we can get off 4 categories. Is it 4? They're supposed to be 5. So let's go ahead and add a 6th category so that we can see the difference in the data, because now our sample size is going to be 4. We set it to 4. So we need to have some like 6 categories so that we can really notice the differences. Okay, so here we're going to just upload burger. We're going to post a burger. So these ones we can call it, this one we can call it hamburger. And down at the bottom we can do the same, put a title, but we have to set our value as a lowercase. Okay, so let's just go ahead, post that. Successfully created. If we go to get, we had 5 previously, so if we send this request, we're supposed to have 5 categories with the hamburger here included. So if we go to get random categories, okay, our endpoint URL is wrong, so we need to have our base URL here, save, and then we post. So here we're getting chicken, pasta, pizza, hamburger, and then more. So if we send this request again, this is going to be different set of data, but this is going to be the same. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so our first item is going to be beverages this time, hamburger, but our last item is going to be more. Okay, so this is constant, is consistent throughout. Each and every time that you're getting random categories, this is going to be the last. Okay, so first was beverages, last is always more. So if you send it again, this should change. The first one should change, but the last shouldn't change. Okay, so we've successfully done with that part, testing our categories. Next, we need to visit our board, tick off what we've done, and then we can see what we are doing next. And we're going to be focusing on our restaurant schema. So let's take a look at our restaurant schema first in our database design, and then we can go ahead and create our schema, and then we can move on to our functions. So first, in our schema, we said we are not going to be considering the ID because the ID is being taken care of by Mongo. So all these values are the values that we are going to include inside of our schema. We have our title, the time. The time is the time with which the restaurant is open. Image URL is the cover of a particular restaurant. We have foods. This one is going to be a list, an array of foods that restaurant has. A pickup and delivery, these are going to be Boolean. So for pickup, some restaurants, they are going to be, it depends when it comes to this, but we just have to create our schema in a way that we can be able to scale our application in whichever way that we want to. So we have pickup. So like if a restaurant is a pickup restaurant, then a person can just go to that restaurant and pick their food by their own, or book a reservation so that they can go to the restaurant and have a reserved booking. But we're not going to be taking care of bookings in this particular lesson. So we have this field already in our database. If you want to expand on it, it's up to you. Down at the bottom, we do have delivery. So here, since it's a multi-vendor delivery app, this section is important. It has to be true for all the restaurants which are going to be delivering food to our clients. Is available is a boolean as well. So we're going to be using this boolean value to trigger whether the restaurant is operating or not. If a restaurant is closed, then they can trigger this boolean value to close their restaurant. If they're operational, then this value is going to be true. And this owner is going to be a foreign key, and this is coming from our user. Okay, so we're going to assign the user role. Okay, so if a user is a restaurant owner, then is a vendor or restaurant owner, then they are eligible to do what restaurant owners can do. So this value is going to come from our user schema. Okay, so we're just going to get the ID. So this denotes the person who owns the restaurant. We're going to tie a restaurant to a user. So instead of them filling in their details like aside, we just have to use the details that we have for a registered user and check their role and check their restaurant if we want to. Okay, so it just reduces the number of code that we are going to write by having this relationship. Okay, down at the bottom we do have rating. This is the rating of the restaurant, and this one is going to be coming from our rating, but they are not to be attached in form of a relationship. So when it comes to rating, what we're going to do, if a person rates a restaurant, we're going to update. We are not going to get the rating directly from our list of ratings. Okay, so rating count, yeah, that one we'll take a look at it, but it works the same, kind of the same. This is just a number. It's going to be a string. So this is going to be, it will cater for rating count as well as reviews. We are not covering reviews in this section, take note. But if you choose to cover reviews, reviews are going to be counted in rating count. And the verification is the verification of the restaurant. So if a user creates a restaurant, at first that restaurant is not going to be verified. Okay, and we do have a verification message. So this is the message that will show the user if they want to access their restaurant before verification. Okay, and we have the coordinates. These are the coordinates of a particular restaurant. Okay, so these things we're just going to take care of them in our backend and post, because in this section we are not going to be focusing much on the restaurant, but in order for us to have a flawless development flow, we're going to need restaurants that has the food that we are going to be delivering in our client side. Okay, so we are done explaining this part. So the next thing that we need to do is to just come to a task list, tick off the tasks that we are done with, and then we can continue to work on our project. So the next thing that we need to do is to create the restaurant schema, and we go on to create the functions related to our restaurant. Okay, so here, before we proceed, we are finished creating category schema, category controller, as well as the route. We hooked the route to our server.js, and we created a Postman collection and environment, and we ran the test in Postman. So we are done with this. So next we're going to have another list of the tasks that we we're going to be taking care of, and then we can proceed to go ahead and knock them off one by one. So let's continue. These are the tasks that we're going to be focusing on. We're going to create a schema, create restaurant related controller, restaurants related routes, hook the restaurant route to our server.js, and then we're going to run some tests in Postman. So we can get rid of this. Okay. So these are the tasks that we want to focus on now. So let's go back to our project. So in our project, we need to open our directory. So we can close some of these. We can close these two, but we can leave this open, the category model, the category schema. So what we're going to do, we're just going to select everything and copy. We need to come to our models. We need to create a new file, and we need to call it restaurant. And it has to be a JS file. Okay, mind the spelling. It's supposed to be restaurant, and it has to be a JS file right here. Let's delete this file. We don't want any problems. Let's recreate it. So here it's supposed to be restaurant.js, like that. Okay, and let's paste the code that we copied from our category. So we need to close the category since we don't require it anymore. So the first thing that we're going to take care of is the values, not the values per se, but we need to take care of these names. Okay, so I'm going to select all the occurrences, and we are going to call this restaurant schema. Okay, so let's go ahead and change the name, restaurant schema, and our model name is going to be restaurant. Okay, like that. So we can save this for now. So here for our restaurant is going to have a title. That's the first thing. The next thing that we're going to take care of is going to be the time with which the restaurant is going to be open. After that, we're going to require an image URL. Okay, so we already have an image URL, so we can leave it like that. So let's just copy this last line and paste it a couple of times just to save us a little bit of time. So down below on line 7, we need foods. Okay, so our foods is going to be of type lists. Okay, instead of using a list like that, we can just make it an array, and we are not going to require it here. We need to pass a default value. So for default, we are going to assign it as an empty array. After that, we're going to have pickup. So we said our pickup is going to be a boolean, and required is going to be true. Down at the bottom, we're going to have delivery, and we're going to have is available. So we change the types first, and then we're going to change the name to delivery, and at the bottom we're going to change the name to is available, like that. So we're done with these boolean values. The next thing that we're going to require here is to require the owner. Okay, so the owner here, we're going to set it as a string. Okay, we're going to set it as a string, so we're just going to leave it like that. Right at the bottom, we're going to require a code. So this is the postal code, let's say the area code with which this restaurant is located. So this will help us to just to save recommendation to the users in the same code. Okay. So before we proceed, let's add a space right on top. Okay. After our code, we're going to require a logo for a particular for this restaurant. Okay, so we're going to require a logo URL, and we're also going to require rating. So our rating is going to be a number. Here we're going to have min and max. Okay, so our min value is going to be 1, and our max value is going to be 5. So default, we need to just give restaurants a default rating, like in the beginning. So let's give it a default value of 3. So when a user creates a restaurant, or when we create a restaurant, rating is going to set to 3. Okay. Right at the bottom, we're going to have rating count. For rating count is going to be string, and we need to set a default because we don't want to have null values when we're handling our data in our front end. So here we're going to just pass a string. So let's just give it a random number like 267, like that. We leave it like that. Down at the bottom, we're going to have a verification. Okay, so now that we have this verification, our verification is going to be string, and here we need to get rid of required. So by default, when a restaurant is created, the verification is going to be pending. Okay. And we need to have some enums. Okay. So these enums are the only allowed values for this particular string. We have pending, verified, and rejected. So the administrator has the ability to reject a restaurant registration. And like this scenario is going to be for the administrator part. So we're not going to focus on it, but I'm going to talk about it and talk about it a little bit. So if you want to expand on it, then you have like a little bit of an idea on why do we have this field exactly. So if let's say a restaurant didn't provide enough data for you to be convinced, because the application has to be safe enough for clients, right? You can reject, and down at the bottom, we're going to have a verification message, right? A verification message, right? So if you reject, you have to change this message to tell a user why was their restaurant rejected. If it's pending, then we are going to show them this message. Your restaurant is under review. We'll notify you once it is verified. Okay. So and that's it for that part. Down at the bottom, we're going to have coordinates. These are like, this is going to be the location, the coordinates of a particular restaurant, and the address as well. So what we are going to do here, we're going to have an ID, and for ID we need to set the type. Okay, so our type is going to be a string. It's going to be a string. So first let's go ahead and set the type. So here we do have a latitude. So for latitude is going to be type number, and required we have to set it to true. So this is going to be the same for longitude. So we need to copy and paste and then change the variable name to longitude. It's supposed to be longitude over here. Down at the bottom, we're just going to put latitude delta and longitude delta. That's for Flutter though. Okay, so let's have a delta here. That's if we're using a map, like how are we going to be zooming it, like on the first open of the map? So this part might not be that important, but the longitude and the latitude, they're important. But I'm just going to put these two and I'm going to put default values, okay? So we're going to have a default, and our default is going to be 0. Okay. It's supposed to be 0.012. Okay, let's go with 0.122, and we do the same for our longitude delta. Okay. Right at the bottom, we're going to have an address. So this is going to be the address of that particular restaurant, of that restaurant. And we also need to just include the title because we might need to use it. So if we just take codes here, like the coordinates, then we don't need to visit this part. We just need to take codes and we have everything. So we're going to use the title, which is inside here for our, for what you call it, for our markers in our front end. So our marker, our type is going to be of type string, and required is going to be 2. Okay, so that's it for our restaurant model, our restaurant schema. Next, we're going to move on to functions. So before we finish up on this, we need to go to controllers, and we need to create restaurant controller like that, and it has to be a JS file. Let's leave it like that, and we come to our routes and we create another route. Is going to be restaurant, and it has to be a JS file, just like that. Okay, so let's leave these like this. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to focus on our restaurant controller, and then we move on to our restaurant route. Let's go ahead and focus on our restaurant's controller, our restaurant controller. So the first thing that we're going to require our model. Okay, so right on top, we need to import the model. So restaurant is equals to require, and we need to specify the path with which we are getting the model from. So we need to access models, and from models, we need to get the restaurant. That's the first thing. Down below, we need to go ahead and look for, not look for, but we're going to export our functions. So module exports, then we're going to put our functions inside. So what we're going to do, we're just going to create a frame, not a framework, but to outline the functions that we're going to create. Then we can go ahead and create them one by one. Okay, so the first one is going to be add restaurant. Okay, so to add restaurant, we're going to have an asynchronous function, and this asynchronous function takes a request and response. So that's going to be our first function, and right inside we're going to require a try catch block. like that. So that's going to be our first. So this is just the framework that we're going to be using. So we need to copy this function, come down below, and we need to paste it. So here we need to change the name and write the next function that we need to create, which is going to be get restaurants. Get restaurant. Okay, so we need to get a single restaurant. So here it can be by ID. Get restaurant by ID. Okay, so that's going to be our second, and after that we're going to get all restaurants. For this particular section we don't need get all restaurants because it's a client side. What we need to do, we need to get all nearby restaurants. Okay, after getting all nearby, we're going to get random restaurants. These are the restaurants that we're going to display in our home page. So here we're going to say get random restaurants. Okay, and we also need, okay, I guess these are all the functions that we require for our restaurants. Since we're not going to focus on the restaurant side as much in this tutorial, these are the functions that we need to tackle one by one. So let's just close and see which functions are we going to take care of. So get random restaurants, get all nearby restaurants, get restaurants by ID, and add restaurants. Okay, add restaurant. Okay, so the first one that we need to do, the first one that we need to create, the easier one, is to get restaurant by ID. So to get restaurant by ID, we're going to require the ID. So the ID is going to come from our params. Const ID is equals to request params.id. So in here, we're going to create a new variable and we're going to call it restaurant. So we need to await for our restaurant. We need to await to get data from our database using this restaurant model, and we are going to find using the find by ID method, and we need to pass the ID of that particular restaurant. Okay, so we'll be using this ID that we're getting from our params. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. After that, we need to send a response back to the user. So we're going to send a response with the status of 200, and we need to send back the data. So our data is going to be the restaurant data that we have here. Okay, right at the bottom, if we do have an error, we need to send back a response. So here our response is going to be 500, and in our JSON we are going to handle error the same way that we handled errors in our category. So first we need to have our status, and we need to set it to false, and we also need to pass a message. If a request is not through, we need to know why that particular request didn't go through. So we need to get this message and display it to the user. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for get restaurants by ID. Okay, so let's save that. Next we're going to move on to add. So for add, we're going to do, like, we're going to have a little bit more than, since our schema is a little bit larger, we are going to check whether we have all variables before we get to create a restaurant. Right now our focus is on adding a restaurant. Okay, so to add a restaurant, what we're going to do, we're going to require a user ID. Okay, but this won't be logical, so let's just create a restaurant without the user ID. So first, what we need to do is to check whether the data that we're receiving is is correct. So first we need to have consts and have these values in here. Okay, so what we can do here, we can just, we're going to get all the values from our request body. Okay, so that's the title, time, image URL. Food lists, we can go ahead and remove it. We don't require it. We need pickup, we need delivery is available, owner, code, logo, rating, we don't need it, and rating count, we don't need it. Verification and verification message, we don't need them. Okay, so here we're going to access our codes, right? We need our codes as well, our coordinates. So these are the variables that we're going to get from our request body. Once we get these, we are going to check whether we all have the required variables before we create the user. Since our model is a little bit larger, we might run into a problem whereby a user is not providing the required data. So here we're going to say if not title, pickup. For pickup we can set a default. What we need here is available. Is available when a restaurant is created, is going to be set to true. So these three, we don't require them as well. So we can just get rid of them from here. Okay. So here we're going to say if not owner, if not code, restaurant URL, and for our codes, we need to check them first and we need to access them. Okay. After accessing them, we need to check for the latitude and the longitude. Okay, and as well as the address. So if not codes.latitude, and we also need one for the longitude. So here we need a longitude. Yeah, let's bring this down so that our code can be a little bit visible. So from here, I'm going to bring this down. And here we're also going to check the address. So if not codes dot address, if these variables are not provided, then we're going to send back a response to the user that you have like a missing field. Here we can also include codes dot a title, okay, because a title is important. So down here we're going to send back a response, we're going to return a response. So for this part we have to use return. Okay, so let's format our code a little. We need to return 400 and a JSON message, a JSON status false. We need to return a status. The value is going to be false and message is going to be all fields are required. Okay, or we can change this a little bit and you have a missing field like that. So down at the bottom in our try, what we need to do, we need to create a new variable with the name restaurant, new restaurant. Since we've checked our variables right here on top, there's no need for us to check them here again. So what we can do, we can just go ahead and create a new restaurant with the data from from our request body. That's why we are checking for the fields here before we process the data. Okay, so in here we're just going to pass a request.body like that. Okay, and we just close it here. So after we have this new restaurant created and store the data in this variable, we need to go ahead and save the data in our database. So right at the bottom, we're going to await, and then we're going to save our data in the database. After saving our data into the database, we need to send back a response to the user. So we're going to have response.status. Since we're creating a restaurant, our status is going to be 201, and we need to send back a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to have status and a message. So we don't need to return this data to the user because it's useless if we return this data to the user. We just need to pass a message that your restaurant has been successfully created, like that. Okay, so here, if we do have an error, then we're going to go ahead and do the same. Or we're going to send back a JSON with the status and the message. All right, so we're done with creating our restaurant. We can go ahead and just close this. Okay, so there's some things that we need to take a look at and take care of before we go ahead and work on the next function. So we need to go back to our model. In our model, we need to come to these Boolean values. So instead of having a required, so these ones, we're going to set them as defaults so that we won't require them when we are passing data from our request body. So default is going to be true, and for the last one, default is going to be true. So whenever you create a restaurant, that restaurant is automatically online, right? Even if the verification is still pending. Okay, so that's it for that section. Next, let's go ahead and move on to our next function, which is to get all nearby restaurants, and then we can continue and finish off with our random restaurants. Now let's focus on getting all nearby restaurants. So what we need to do here, we need to just start working on our inside of our try catch block. So in our try, we need to create a new variable. In this variable, we're going to call it random restaurants. Okay, so we need to just make it in a way that even if a user is in a location without restaurants, we should be able to just send some recommendations to that particular user. Okay, so here we're going to initialize this as an empty array. Right underneath the array, we're going to have an if statement because we need to get the code. So here we're going to get the code from params. So requests const code is equals to requests params.code. Okay, so we need to handle this code whenever we are going to create our router. So if we have a code, then we're going to go ahead and get the data related to that code. So for getting the data, since we are going to randomize our data, not randomize per se when it comes to getting all nearby, it's either random, but we just need to leave room to be able to deliver something. The code that we send doesn't have data related to it. Okay, so here we want to aggregate the data, so we're going to be using aggregations a little bit more. So here it's supposed to be restaurants dot aggregate. So in here, in our aggregate, we need to we need match, we need sample size. Okay, this one might be a little bit wrong. It's for random, so we are just going to change the names. Let's change the names before we cause a confusion. Instead of get all nearby, it's supposed to be get random restaurants here. So we need to cut this from here, and we need to paste it here. Okay, so here when you're aggregating, we do the same as we did for our categories. So the first thing is to match, and the second thing is the sample size. Okay, so here let's go ahead and have our first brace. So in our first brace, we're going to match. So we need to access the code, and we're going to use the code that we are getting from our params. Get the restaurant with the same code as the code that we are passing from our params. That's first. And the restaurants that we'll be getting, this is a variable boolean. It has to be true. So when we're recommending something, when you're recommending restaurants, those restaurants, they have to be open. There's no point of recommending a closed restaurant. A closed restaurant, because a user cannot order from a closed restaurant. Okay, now that we get that out of the way, down at the bottom we need a sample size. So for a sample size, we're going to take a small sample of 5. Okay, because this data is going to be displayed on our homepage. We don't want to get a lot of data on our first run, because that's the first page that we're going to run whenever we open our application. Okay, at the bottom we're going to also have project. We need to exclude one of the properties, which is __v. We don't need to send it back with our data. Okay, so whenever we get these restaurants, we're going to store them here. So down at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and just check if the length of the list that we have here is more than 1, then we are going to, or if the length is equals to 0, either way, the logic is the same. If the length is equals to 0, then we are going to just aggregate some random restaurants which are available, which are open, and the sample size is going to be 5 as well, and we need to exclude this. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. So if this data is found, then we're going to send back a response, and our response, we're going to send back this array. Okay, this array is the data that we're storing in this variable. It might be from this part, or it might be from the first condition. So is it the first condition or second condition? Either way. And down at the bottom, we need to have another response. So we're going to have a 500 and pass back the JSON. In our JSON, we're going to have a status and a message. So that's all that we need to do for that part. And now we need to get all restaurants. Okay, so if you're getting all restaurants, the logic is the same, but we're going to get rid of the sample size, because here we're just sampling five items, and then we are sending them inside this list. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy everything inside here, and we go to all nearby. So if it is all nearby, we need to go ahead and remove this sample size. So it's going to be like this. So instead of random, we can change the name to all nearby, like that. Okay, so we do have 2 errors here. Let's see where they are coming from. So that's our try. Let's get rid of that. Okay, probably we need an extra brace right at the bottom. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just, oh, okay, we pasted this in the wrong one. So let's get rid of try. Okay, so our error is gone. Let's format our code. The logic is the same. So if we have an error here, we're just going to send back a response with the status 500. And this remains the same. Okay, let's format. And then we save. So now we need to go ahead and create our router. Since we have these 4 functions, we can create our router, and then we can hook them to our router, and then we can go ahead and hook our newly created router to server.js. Okay, so right now let's go ahead and move on to our router. So we need to go ahead to our project files. So in our project files, we need to go to routes. So inside of routes, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it. Oh, we do have the file already, so we don't need to create. We created the file already, so we just need to open the file. But what we can do, we can just go ahead and copy the router that we created before, and then we paste the code in here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to change the controller. After changing the controller, then we can work on our routes. So our controller is going to be a restaurant controller. Okay, so we need to change this name to restaurant. So let's go ahead and make sure that we are mapping it to the right controller. So restaurant controller, and we need to go ahead and have one route for posting. So that is going to be, we're going to access our restaurant controller, and then we're going to add restaurant. After that, we need to go ahead and have get. So for get, this one, we're going to use it for getting all. Okay, let's open our Postman collection so that we can have the same. Here we have nearby restaurants. Okay, so when getting nearby restaurants, okay, we need the code. Okay, so here we need to pass the code. So here it's supposed to get random restaurants. So if we hover over, we're supposed to get the code from params. So this is the code that we passed here. Okay, and we're using it to get restaurants with the same code. Okay, so that's the first, and let's go ahead and check the other one, which is going to be all nearby. So for all nearby, we're going to use this as our service endpoint and then the code. So here we're going to have all, and then we're going to have the code. So we need to map it to the right function, which is get all nearby restaurants, like that. Down at the bottom, we are going to have another get, but this get is going to be for a single restaurant. So let's go ahead and change this to ID. Okay, so here it's supposed to be get restaurant by ID. So if we go ahead and visit our Postman, so here we have get restaurant. So it's supposed to be by ID, and then we put the ID. So we need this by ID. Go back to our project. So before we have our ID, we need to add by ID, and then we put our ID. Then we're going to get our restaurant. Okay, so these are the routes that we're going to require. So let's save. We don't have any error. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to server.js. In server.js, we need to import the route. So our route name is going to be restaurant. Okay, I just noticed one thing. So here it's supposed to be category. So what we can do, we can select or occurrence of this category route and just rectify the error. So this one is supposed to be mapped to restaurant router inside of our routes folder. And down at the bottom, we need to go ahead and create service endpoint. So for endpoint, we're going to give it a name, and the name is supposed to be restaurants, and we need to map it to restaurant router. Okay, and let's save that. That's all that we need to do. In the next section, we're going to go ahead and run some tests on the the routes that we created. So for now, this is all. Be running some tests, and then we can rectify some of the problems that we might meet, and then we can move on to the next. Okay, so the first route that we want to test is add a restaurant. So first we need our base URL, since we are getting our data from our environment. Okay, so we need the base URL, and here, if I can still remember correctly, we use restaurants instead of restaurant. So what we can do, we can go back to our application. Instead of putting restaurants here, we can just put restaurant, and then we can save. Okay, we're using the same collection that we imported together. So if it is the same, then your collection is going to have this data in it. Okay, so you're going to have a title, time, owner. So the owner must be an ID. So here we don't have our IDs as yet. So we're just going to pass it as a string. So you can put anything here. It doesn't matter. And for the code, you can put any, but make sure that code is consistent when you are uploading. So this one is supposed to come from the restaurant side when a user is registering a restaurant. But in this instance, it's a postal code. Okay, so let's say you're creating a restaurant in your neighborhood. Your neighborhood has a postal code, so the postal code of your neighborhood is the one that you're going to use here. Okay, since we're using Postman, we don't have Google to get the postal code data. Okay, so we're just going to put it manually, and we are going to require the URL, logo URL, image URL, rating. For rating, we do need to put, or we can exclude it since we have a default value, same as here as well. And down below, everything checks out. You just need to pass an ID, latitude, longitude, address, and then the title. So the title can be the same, should be the same, not can be the same. Okay, so what we can do, we can try to post this restaurant. Okay, so our restaurant has been successfully added. So that's how we can post a restaurant. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change the names. So the owners have to be different. Okay, that can remain the same. These ones can remain the same. I'm just posting this, so I might change the data a little bit. So here we're just running a test. These can remain the same because we want to have a quick test of our endpoints, but data, you can put the correct data. I don't advise you to just put random data in your database if you're not going to get rid of it. Okay, so now we have two restaurants. So as you're creating, make sure that you're using the correct data, the data that can make your development a little bit interesting. So let's say when you're viewing your UI, the images has to be different and stuff. So you have to take care of the images in a reasonable way, like the images that you're uploading. They have to be different in order for you to get something that is way more appealing. Okay, so here we can just change to anything, and I'm going to leave everything the same. I'm just going to copy the title and I'm going to paste it here. So we need at least about 8 8 or 7 restaurants. So don't mind me, the names might be a little bit off because sometimes it's really hard to give names to these things. So you change the ID. The ID can be anything, but you need to change it. Okay. Okay, so here we do have an Indian restaurant. We need to change the name. Yeah, okay. Just going to try to make these things a little bit different. Everything remains the same. And here you do have to change somehow. Okay, you can put anything. Okay, so we do have a couple of restaurants in our backend. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and get nearby. So this is the code that we're going to use to get our restaurants. So here we need to hook this to our base URL. Base URL, everything remains the same. So these are nearby. So we're going to get all the restaurants with this code. Okay. Okay, a pipeline options. It seems like we're getting a response, but the response is not what we like expected. Okay, so we need to take a look at this and then fix this error because it's not supposed to be like this. We're supposed to get data like the data that we have here. Okay, so let's go ahead and test the next one, base URL, and here we're getting all. So here is the same. So we did make an error. We did make an error somehow. So that's what we need to take care of first, and then we can continue. So let's go back to our application, and let's go back to our restaurant controller. So these two, random restaurants and get nearby restaurants, these are the ones that we need to focus on. So we're getting the code. So let's check our router as well. We're getting the code. We have the code. So that maps that is okay. That part is okay. Then other thing that we can do, we can go to our database. So in our database, we need to check one more thing. So in our restaurants, what we need to check is whether, okay, we do have this variable and we do have it in every restaurant. So that's okay. Okay. So we just need to rectify the error. The error is not coming from our data. It's coming from our code. Okay, so here our problem is just that we forgot to add a weight. Okay, so you have to look at get all restaurants, get all nearby restaurants, and here you have to add a weight. Okay, because it's an asynchronous function. If you don't add a weight here, you're bound to run into the same problem that we ran into when we were running a test. So that's the first. And the next thing, you go to get randoms and you do the same, add a weight. Okay. So here we need to rectify this spelling because this spelling is wrong. Okay. So let's just go ahead here and just have the the correct spelling, and then we can move on. So what we need to do now, we need to go ahead and run a test again. So if we go to get nearby restaurants, we're supposed to get some restaurants. So if we send, we are going to get a list of restaurants here. Okay, so since we're using aggregation, this is going to change each and every time that we send a request. Okay, so the list is being shuffled every time that we send a request. We get a new set of data. Okay, so for all nearby, if we send, we're supposed to get all the data related to this particular code that we have here. So we are done with that part. So now we need to test the last one, which is to get a restaurant by ID. So the first thing that we need to do right here is to add the base URL. After the base URL, we need to add the ID that we just copied, and we need to press send. After pressing send, we are going to get the data related to this restaurant. So if we take a look at this ID, it's the same ID of this restaurant. So all our restaurants routes are working. So we are done with that part. So let's go to our board, and we need to knock off these things from our task list. Okay, so we are done with this. Next, we're going to be focusing on something new. Probably we are going to move on to foods, because the order that we are following, we have to have all the data related to our food. Okay, so if we run to create foods without restaurants, then this part is going to be missing. And if we do it without categories, this part is going to be missing as well. Okay, so now we can go on to food, and then we can knock these other ones as well after we've created food, because all the other schemas schemas or functions that are going to rely on food, especially the primary key from the food schema, we cannot go ahead and create them before we created this one. So now, since we have our ID and we have our category ID, we have our restaurant ID, we can go on and create the food. After creating the food, then we can go on, work on our cart order rating, and then we can move on to users. Okay. Okay. So right now we need to move on to our food. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead, create our schema, create our controller. So that means we're going to be working on our functions here. And then we need to go to our routes, and then we create a food route. After that, we're going to hook the route to our server.js, and then we're going to run a test. Okay. So we explained a little bit on our food, so we're just going to go straight ahead and work on our schema. Okay, so the first thing, we need to revisit our project. So in our project, we need to go ahead, go to models. In models, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it food, and it has to be a JS file. After creating the file, we need to create a schema. So we're going to use our category schema as our template. So let's go ahead and just paste the code. After that, we need to change the name from category schema to food schema. Okay, so here is supposed to be food. After that, we need to name the model. So the name is supposed to be food. So right inside of our food schema, we need to write the variables that we need. So here we're going to need a title. That's the first thing. The second thing that we're going to need, the second variable, is the time. Okay, so this time is the preparation time with which it takes for a restaurant to prepare a particular dish. Okay, so down at the bottom we're going to have food tags. Okay, so these are food tags. We'll explain them a little bit more with our front end. So I'll bring up the front end and then we can explain a little bit more on these food tags, because they're a little bit hard to explain without the front end. Okay, so here it's going to be an array. So our array is going to be required. Okay, so we need to set required to true. After that, we need our category. Okay, so our category right here is going to be of type string, and it's going to be required as well. And down at the bottom, we're going to require food type, like what type of food it is. So we're going to just change this to the food type. Okay, and it's going to be an array as well. So we're going to leave it like that. And down at the bottom, we're going to require the code. So our code is going to be a string, and we need a boolean value for food. Okay, so if the food is available, then this value is going to be true. But if a dish is sold out or the restaurant is not preparing that particular dish, then this boolean value should be false. Okay, so down at the bottom we're going to have a restaurant. Okay, here is supposed to be a restaurant, so this is the restaurant ID, but I'm going to name it restaurant. But our type here is going to be different. It's not going to be a string, but it's going to be a Mongo schema. Okay, schema type object ID. Okay, schema type dot object ID. It's supposed to be schema dot types dot object ID. Like that. That's going to be our restaurant. So we're getting the ID. We're doing this because we want to populate the data that's related to a particular restaurant, okay, which uploaded this food. So instead of sending the restaurant data along with the food, what we can do, we can just have the ID. So we're going to use the ID to populate this field and select the values that we need to populate. Okay, so at the bottom we're going to have the food rating. So here is going to be rating. So our rating is going to be a number, and since it's a number, we're going to have, since it's rating, not since it's a number, since it's a rating, we're going to have minimum and maximum, and we need to set a default 3. Okay, we just set a default 3. So if a food doesn't have rating as yet, it's going to have a default rating of 3. Okay, down at the bottom we're going to also have rating count. This is the rating related to a particular food item. Okay, so default is going to be this 267. You can set the number to whatever you want, but we have to just make it a little bit appealing, and we need description. We need description right here. Okay, so our description is going to be of type string and is going to be required. Down at the bottom, let's go ahead and have the price. So our price is going to be of type number, probably a double if I'm not mistaken. No, it's obviously going to be a double, because when it comes to prices can have cents. Okay, so it has to be a double, not an integer. And down at the bottom we're going to have additives. Okay, so additives are the things that we might need or restaurants need to add to food. So let's say you're getting a burger, but you want to add some extra sauce. Okay, so if the restaurant is adding extra sauce to your burger, if they do have that option, then they can add sauce to their additives. So it's something that you can select when you're making an order. Okay, so that's for the additives. For additives is going to be an array. Okay, the default this array is going to be empty, so we don't need to set required. And down at the bottom we're going to have an image URL. So we are done creating this schema. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and work on our functions. So let's go ahead, save this schema, and let's go to our controllers. We're going to create a new controller and we're going to call it food controller. Okay, so here we're supposed to put an F. So it's supposed to be food controller, right? Like that, and it has to be a JS file to our food controller. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to import our model. So after importing our model, then we can start working on our functions. So now that we do have our model, we need to export our functions. So here we're going to have a number of functions. The first is going to be add. Okay. This probably the same. The first one is going to be add food. So our function is going to be asynchronous and is going to take a request and a response. And right inside, we need a try catch block. But in our try catch block, that's where we are going to save our data. But let's do what we did for our restaurant. So we need to capture the data from our request first. So here we're going to have the data that we require from our request body. So here we're going to require the title first. After the title, we're going to require food tags. After that, category. After the category, code. After the code, we're going to require is available. So what we can do with is available, we can set it as default. Okay, and so it has a default, so we don't need to push it. So we need a restaurant. That's the restaurant ID. And we also need to have a description. After the description, we need time. We need the price. And we need additives. And we need image URL. So for image URL, when it comes to our food, this one is going to be an array. So we need to go back to our schema, and instead of having a string here, we're going to have an array. Okay, like that. So let's save that. Come back here. So this is then an array. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need to do. Right after that, we need to check whether we do have this data from our request body. So we're going to have if statement. Okay, so if not title, if not food tags, if not category, if not code, if not restaurant, if not description, if not time, if not price, if not additive, if not image URL, then we're going to return a 400 with a JSON response. In our JSON response, we're going to pass the status, and here the status is going to be false. and the message is going to be you have a missing field, just the same as we did for our last function. So right after this, we need to create a food item. So we're going to have const new food is equals to we can just pass request body here, since we are checking the items here already, right? So if you have a missing field, we're going to receive this, else we're going to continue to this part. Okay, so this part we can either put it here or put it inside of our try catch block. The difference is the same, and we need to await our new foods and then save. After that, we need to send back a response. So our response is going to be a response status 201, since we are creating a new item and we need to pass back the response. So the response is going to be the status and the message. The message food has been successfully created or added. Added would be the right one to use right here. And in our catch, we need to send back a response with the status of 500 with the status code of 500, and our JSON is going to be false, and we need to return back the message. Okay, so we are done with creating our add food function. The next function that we're going to focus on is to get food by ID. Okay, so to get food by ID, let's just add a comma here, and then we create the function get food by ID. Okay, so here is going to be asynchronous. We need a request and a response. Okay, we should start with the request and then a response. And we need an R function. So inside here, we're going to have a try catch block. And before a try catch block, what we need to do, we need to create a new variable. So our new variable, okay, is going to be the ID of the food that we are trying to look for. Okay, so here we're going to get the ID from our params and store it in this ID variable. And in our try catch block, what we need to do, we need to create a new variable where we are going to store the food that we find in our database, and then we can return a response. But first, let's go ahead and find the food. So we're going to use the method find by ID, and the ID that we are finding the food with is the ID that we have right here on top. Okay, so after that, we just close that. Before we proceed, before we close, so if we take a look, put this side by side, our restaurant is a Mongo schema, right? So we need to populate some values related to our restaurant. So before we close here, what we can do, we can add dot populate. Okay, so we're going to populate. Let's see. When it comes to a restaurant, we need the restaurant ID. No, we don't need to populate anything here. Okay, for now, let's not populate anything. So what we can do, we can just send a response with status 200, and we're sending back the food. Okay, if we do have an error, then we're going to catch that error and send back a 500 with the status false and a message, and the message is going to be error.message. So let's format our code, save that. So we're done with get food by ID. Okay, so down at the bottom, we're going to get food lists. Okay, to get food lists, that's the food belonging to a particular restaurant. So this one, we can do it a little bit later. We need to go ahead and try to get foods by code. Okay, so we need to get food related to a particular postal code first, and then the list, which is the menu. Food list is going to be the menu of a particular restaurant. So that one we can deal with it a little bit later. So let's go ahead and just create our new function. So what we're going to do here, we're going to get random foods. That's the foods for our home page. Okay. So our function is going to be asynchronous, and it takes in request and the response. So in here, what we need a code, and we need a code for this particular one. Get random. Okay. Or we put random twice here. So here we're going to have a code. Okay. So we're going to have consts. A code is equals to request params dot code. Okay. Request dot params dot code. After that, we need the try catch block. So in our try, what we're doing, we are going to check if we have a code. Okay. If code, then we're going to do something in here. Okay. So we're going to do what we did for our previous aggregation. So first we need to create a variable where we are going to store our foods. Okay. So let foods, and then we close it. So in here we're going to say food is equals to aggregate. No, it's equals to await food dot aggregate. Okay. So let's just go ahead and close this one. So inside is going to be a list. So inside of our list, what we're going to do, we are going to match. First, we're going to match the code. Okay. And we need a sample size, and our sample size is going to be 5. Okay. At the same time, we need to have is available. Our is available is supposed to be true. So by doing this, we won't send any food which is not being served by restaurants. Okay. And we are going to also include the project. Okay. So let's go ahead and just put the project. We need to exclude underscore underscore v. Okay. So underscore underscore v is equals to 0. So we are done with that part. So if we didn't get anything here, okay, we are going to aggregate any type of food to send to our user, because we don't want to have like a home screen with nothing, okay, with an empty array. So what we can do right outside of this if statement, we can have another if statement. So in this if statement, we are going to check if not foods is equals to 0. If the length is equals to 0, then we are going to go ahead and run another aggregation. So this aggregation, we don't have to match we just need to, we don't need to match with the code. We need to just get the food which are available, and our sample size is going to be 5, and then we're going to send back a response to the user. Okay, a response. And we need to send a status, and our status is going to be 200. Here we need to send back this list. Okay, so it's either this list or this list. Okay, so down at the bottom, if we do have an error, we need to catch that error, and then we send a response to the user. Our error is equals to is going to be, error code is going to be 500, status is going to be false, and then our message is going to be error.message. So let's go ahead and save that. So we are done with this. So right at the bottom, we're going to create another function to get foods by restaurant. Okay. So let's add a comma right on top. After adding comma, we're going to have asynchronous. We're going to take in a request and a response. So here we need the restaurant ID. Okay. So we're going to call it ID here is equals to requests dot params dot ID. Okay. So we need to put a try catch block. In our try, we need to create a new variable, and we're going to call it foods as well. So we need to await and find foods. So we are going to match this ID to our restaurant field. Okay. After that, we need to send back the response. Okay. So in our response, we're going to have a response with the status 200, and then we need to send back this list because this is an array to our user. Okay. If we do have an error, we do what we did in our previous request. We send back a response to the user. Okay. So that's it for that part. So we are done with these two. So this one is going to be for the restaurant menu. Okay. So this one is a restaurant menu. So what we can do here, just to make things clear, we can just go ahead and add some comments. Okay. So down at the bottom, we need to go ahead and create another function. So in this function, we are going to be getting foods by category and by code. We need to match these two. So let's take, for example, let me pull up the application. This is our application, right? So if a user clicks on, let's say, pizza, right? We're supposed to get the food related to this particular code, to the code related to the code this user is using, and they have to match the category that we clicked on. Okay, so that's the function that we want to work on. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this. And I said I'll explain the food tags when we open our application. So the application is open. So for food tags are going to be like this. Okay, so just labeling the food, and this also helps us when we are searching. So if a person search for vegan, we can search through tags and we can recommend them. We can send back the results according to tags, titles, and description. Okay, so that's one other thing, and these are additives. Okay, so these are the things that you can add to your order. Okay, so let's say you're ordering this vegan bowl salad, vegan salad bowl. Okay, you want to add some walnuts. So if you add some walnuts, your price is going to increase here. Okay, so that's how it's going to work. Okay, So since we got that out of the way, let's go ahead and continue working on our project. Go ahead and create our next function, which is get foods by category and code. Okay, so when we're getting by category and code, that's what we are trying to fix for our homepage, right? For our homepage, when we have this dynamic change, when we click on a category, we're supposed to get the food that's related to that particular category, you know. So that's what we need to go ahead and work on right now. So we're going to have an asynchronous function. So here we're going to take in a request and a response. So in our function, we're going to have a try catch. So first we need two things from our requests. We're going to require the category and the code. Okay, so here we do need a category and we do need a code, and they're going to come from our request params. Okay, so in our try catch, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a variable where we are going to store our list of foods. So here we're going to go ahead and await, and then we're going to just aggregate. Let's aggregate. We're not going to be using find. Okay. Okay. In here it should be an array. So here we need to match. Okay, so we are matching our food with the category, and category code and is available. Okay, so let's get rid of this extra semicolon. And category code is available is equals to true, and here we're going to exclude that, or we can include it. Either way, it doesn't make no difference because we are not going to use it anyway, even if we have it. So down at the bottom, we need to go ahead and check if our list foods.length is equals to 0. What we're going to do here, we don't want to return this, but we just want to return 200 with an empty array. It can work either way here. Okay, if there are no foods related, this array is going to be empty, but I'm just going to take this as an extra measure. Okay, so here we need a response with a status 200, and we're going to return the foods. Okay, so we are done with this part, and we also need to send back the response. So the response is going to be the same as this one, so we need to copy from here and we need to paste it here. So let's format our code. So that's going to be our function. So let's go ahead and save the function. After saving the function, the next thing that we need to do, we need to create one for searching for food. Okay, so if you're searching for food, we need to go ahead and enable indices inside of our Atlas dashboard. Okay, so here we're going to create our function first, and then we can go ahead and activate our indices. So here we are going to just have the key. Okay, so the key, we're going to call it search, and it's going to come from our params. Okay, after that we need to go ahead and have a try catch block. Okay, in our try catch block, in our try, we need our results. So we need to create a variable, and our variable is going to be results. That's wrong. It's supposed to be results is equals to await. And here we are going to say food.aggregate. Okay, so we've used aggregates like quite a lot of times, so probably you've gotten used to it. So when we're aggregating, we're not matching anything here, but what we need another brace inside. So inside of our brace, we're going to have search. This time we're going to have search. Okay, so when we are searching, we need the index. So this index is the index name inside of Atlas. Okay, so this one we're going to call it foods. Whenever we are going to create the index, we have to give it the same name. If the name is different, then we need to revisit and change the name here, because if the index is different, then we are not going to, this is not going to work. Okay, so take note, your index name should be the same in your Atlas dashboard and inside of your code. So here, the first thing that we need a search query, not square. We need a text. So in our text, we're going to check the query and the path, okay? These two variable. So our query is going to be search. This is the query, okay? Query, we are going to get it from our request params, and our path is going to be a wildcard. So that means we are going to be searching through all the data that we have related to the feed, okay? Once we search, now we can be able to process the results. So we can send back a response with a status 200, and we can send back the results. Down at the bottom, if we do have an error, we're just going to send back the response. In our response, our status is going to be, status code is going to be 500. Our status is going to be false, and our message is going to be error.message. So we're done with that part. What we need to do now is to go to Atlas, create our search index, and then we'll be done with these functions. So here we're going to create one more function. So this function is going to work for our home page. This one, get foods by category and code, is going to work inside of our category, but for our home page we need something different, because if a category doesn't have anything, we still need to retain data to recommend to the user, okay? So let's check, for instance, we visit our application, right? If we visit chicken here, okay, so these things, all of these, they're not like chicken, but we are recommending foods if a particular category has less than 10 or there is none, because we can't afford a situation whereby we do have a category but we don't have food in it and it's in the home page, okay? So that's what we need to fix. And the other function that we created, this one, get food by category and code, is going to work inside, okay? So if there's no food which is related to a particular category and code, then that list should be empty, okay? So that's the thing, okay? So let's go ahead. So below our search, what we need to do, we need to create a new one, and we're going to call it get random feeds by category and code. It has to be asynchronous, and we have to close it here. It takes in request and response. So we're going to take the two variables that we've taken for our last function, which is the category as well as the category as well as the code. Okay, so here we're going to have category and we're going to have the code, and they're going to come from our request params. And down here we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try, we need to have a variable foods. Okay, so down here we need to go ahead and say foods is equals to await. So we're going to wait for our data from our database, and we're going to aggregate. So in here, what we need to match, okay? Let's go ahead and have our match. So we're going to have category code and is available, right? And our sample size here is going to be a little bit different. We're not going to be taking 5, but we're going to be taking 10 items, okay? And we can get rid of this. We don't require, probably like we can handle it in our models, okay? So we are just going to exclude it when we're creating models. So down at the bottom, we're going to have a statement if not foods, or the foods.length is equals to 0. What we're going to do, we're going to just get the foods, available foods, and the sample size is going to be 10, and we're going to set it to this variable. And we are going to here, what we should do, instead of just putting is available, we can use the code, okay? We can include the code, okay? Get the food with the particular code, even if they are not of the same category, okay? So that means this will be a recommendation for foods which are closer to you, okay? And after that, let's go ahead and have else here. And that's going to be else. So if this condition is not met, then we are going to, let's put it this way. If here, so we're going to have, okay, if it's still empty, then we are going to aggregate just 10 items, any 10 items. And then down at the bottom, we're going to send back a response, and our response is going to be 200, and we're going to send back the food. And for this response, the error response is going to be status 500, and we're going to send back JSON. Okay, so here we need to add dot JSON. So inside we are going to require status, and our status is going to be false, and our message is going to be error.message, like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close that, and then we save. So we're done with this. The next thing that we're going to be focusing on is to create the router related to these foods. Okay, so let's just go to our routes. In our routes, we create a new route, and we're going to call it food, and it has to be a JS file. So here we can just copy any of the routes that we have. For instance, the category route, and then we can paste the code in here. So the first thing that we need to take care of is the controller. Okay, so instead of the category controller, we're going to have a food controller. So the name is right, but here it might be wrong, so we need to make sure that we are mapping it to the right controller. So that's correct. So here we need to replace all these with a food controller. So the first one is going to be a post. So here it's supposed to be add food. Okay, so we'll get here what we can do. We can just go ahead and get food by ID, and we need to pass an ID over here. Okay, so if we have over our function here, we're supposed to pass an ID via our params. So that's what we are doing here. Okay, so we have random. So for this random, what we can do, we can open our Postman so that we can just follow the same pattern. So we're going to go to foods. So in foods, get food, foods, then ID. So this is correct. By location is going to be foods, then this is category, and then the postal code. Let's see. So this one, recommendations, requires a code. So here we're going to have recommendation. So for recommendation, let's go ahead and visit our controller. So they might not be written as recommendation. So foods by restaurants. Okay, that's going to be get random. Okay, dot get random, like that. And for our restaurant, we need to restaurant menu. Okay, so that one might be a little bit different. So let's go back, visit our Postman. So in our Postman, we want to go to restaurants. Let's see. Okay, rest foods is going to be rest foods, and then the ID of that particular restaurant. So that's what we are going to do here, and we need to pass that restaurant ID. Okay, let's see. So here we're supposed to pass an ID, like that. So for recommendations, we need to go ahead and hover over. We need a code. So we need to create more for categories. So let's go down to our Postman. They are not here. The endpoints are not here. So I guess we have to, oh, this is written wrong. It's supposed to be location. If it is location, this is category, and this is a code. Okay, so it can be the same category and code. So if we have over this one, we need two. We need category and code. So here we're going to have category, and we're also going to have code. Get feedback category. So we also have random. Is it random? Random we're getting by code only. Let's open These ones are confusing a little bit because they're quite closer to each other. Get food by restaurant, that's the menu ID. Let's set this aside. Get food by ID. Okay, so that one we've taken care of it. Food by category and code. So we have category, code. We've taken care of that. Random food. Okay, so let's just create another one. We're just going to call it random, and it requires a code like that. Okay, so we need to get random food, and we also need one for search. Okay, so for search, let's go ahead and check the name that we've given it here. Is supposed to be search, and then we require our search key, our search query, and the name is going to be search. So let's map it to the right function, search food. So if we hover over, we have search here. So we have search, so it's supposed to be API/food/search/ the key that we're going to search. So that's all that we need to do. Let's save. If we don't have an error, that means we've successfully created this. So let's hook it up to our server.js. So in our server.js, we need to create another endpoint, and we're going to call it foods. So here we also need to import our router. So we're going to call it food router. Okay, food like that, and it's going to be aggregated to, and it's the same one that we want to use here. So let's go ahead and save that. So we are done with that. So before we proceed to go into testing, we are going to go ahead and visit Atlas. Then we can activate our search indices, our search index, before we run the test. Let's continue. Right now, we need to go ahead and fix our search index. So what we need to do, we need to visit our Atlas dashboard. So we open the browser in your Atlas dashboard, and that's in your project. So if you're in your project, you need to go to Atlas search. You can find it on the sidebar. Okay, Atlas search, and then go to Atlas search. Make sure that you are selecting the correct database. If you have a lot of databases, make sure that you're on the correct database, and you need to press create search index. We are going to use a visual editor. You just click on visual editor, you press next, and here, this is the name of our index. Okay, index name. So we need to go back to our project. In our project, we need to go back to our food controller. In our food controller, we need to go to our search function. So this is the name that we gave to our index. So this is the same name that we should use for our index. Okay, so we go back to our Atlas dashboard. We change this from default to foods. Okay, so we are going to search through foods, and then we press next. Then we create a search index, and then we just close this. Since we've already set up everything, we don't need to do anything else here. So that means we are done creating our search index. So what we need to do, we need to go back to our project. Everything looks fine. What we need to do now is to go to Postman. In Postman, we need to go and visit foods folder. Okay, so here we're going to be adding food, get food, search food, recommendation, get food recommendations, get recommendation, and get restaurant food. Okay, so those are the endpoints that we are going to be testing in this particular section. So the first one, let's try to add a food. So with the collection that I gave you, the collection that I provided to you at the beginning, there's one value missing. So take note, you have to add time. Otherwise, you have this message, you have a missing field. So this is the field that's missing from the collection that's provided. So you have to add it by yourself. Okay. So here I do have the data already, and you also have the data if you're using the same collection. So what I'm going to do first is to just go ahead and get nearby restaurants. I just need to grab one of the restaurants and then get the ID. That's the ID that I'm going to use to push data to the database. Okay, so I've taken the liberty of just uploading more data because it's something that we cannot do. It will consume much more for our time. Okay, so these are restaurants. So what we just need to do here, we just need to grab one of the IDs, and then we go back to our foods, add food, and then when we're adding food, we need to add a restaurant. Okay, let's change the name. Let's just call it fruit smoothie, and let's try to send this request. Okay, so this request has been sent. Okay, so we're going to grab this restaurant ID and we're going to go to rest foods. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do here is to change the base URL, and we need to paste our ID, and then we send the request. Okay, the list is empty, but we should have something, so that's something that we should look at in a bit. So let's go ahead and test some other endpoints. So first, let's go ahead and test search. So here, and let's go ahead and search for the food that we just uploaded. Okay, fruit smoothie, it's coming here. So that means this search is working. So let's go ahead and grab the ID. We need to get food by ID. Okay, so we need to replace this ID. Okay, we need to change the base URL as well. Let's cut this and we put it right at the beginning of our URL, and let's send. Okay, so here we're getting our food item with this ID. Okay, so getting by ID is working. So now let's try to focus on recommendations. We change the base URL first. Okay, recommendations, and then we have the code of a particular place. So here, what we can do, we need to check whether our endpoint is the same. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the endpoint, go back to our project. So in our project, we have to visit food routes. So we have recommendations, but here we should add, okay, like that. So let's try to run the endpoint in Postman. This is coming as empty as well, so we need to handle that as well. So now we have two endpoints that we need to revisit, make some changes, and then we can test them again. So let's run this test. This one is working. So for this one, it's getting food by category and location. Okay, so we do have categories. You just need to go ahead to your categories, grab a category ID, and you grab a code, the code that you want to search, the code with which you want to have the results of. Okay, that's the area code, and then you can just send a request. So here we have two endpoints that we need to take a look at. That's recommendations, these recommendations, and restaurant food. To rectify the errors pertaining the test that we made, we have to come back to our project. And in our project, if you take a look at the way that we did it before, we had random here and we had recommendations down at the bottom. So let me just put this thing here. Okay, so let's pull routes. Okay, so I'm just going to pull these two. Okay, so this is our initial page, and this is the changes that we've made. Okay, So right here we had random, and it was mapped to get foods. And at the bottom we have recommendations, and recommendations were getting food from get foods as well. So what we need to do, we need to get rid of one of the two, and then we can go into the function and make some few adjustments. So we've removed this, and we've pushed this function, this route, to the top, as you see here. Okay, so let's go ahead and visit this function because we've made some more changes to the function. Okay, so if we come back, we can close this, open our controller. Okay, so this was our previous get random food. This is our new get random food. Okay, so we just get rid of this code somehow. The changes are similar. So instead of having this here, we're going to put it directly here. Okay, and on top, we are going to declare this variable, and we are going to initialize it as an empty list. If you take a look here, our lists, we just initialized it, but it wasn't empty list. We just initialized a variable, it didn't have a type. So this time it has a type, it's an array. And in our if statement, we're using our code directly, and here we're getting the data using aggregation. Sample size, it can be anything 3, 5, according to the number of samples you have, a number of items that you have in your database. So this part is still the same, kind of the same. The only thing that changed is this value is available. Okay, so some of my foods that I have in my database doesn't have this value. So just to avoid the possibilities of not having all the data that I have in the database, I had to get rid of it. But if you've uploaded all your data with this value, then you can go ahead and use it. There's no problem in that because you get the data as it is. Since your data in your database, your food items in your database has this value already. Okay, so here, once we get an aggregation of the things that we want, then we're going to store the data in this variable. Okay, if we have data in this variable, then we are going to jump to this condition. Okay, if we have length here, our random list has length, then we're going to send back a response to the user. Okay, else we are going to send back a 404. Okay, scenario number 2, if a user didn't provide this code, we have to send data anyway, because this is in the home page. We can't afford to have a home page without data because someone didn't provide a code. Okay, there might be an issue with the application. Maybe the code didn't get retrieved. Anyways, the user should have data on the home page. So in this instance, if the list is empty, then we're going to go ahead and have another aggregation, but our aggregation is going to exclude match. Okay, in this instance, you can use this variable. The explanation is if your data has this variable, then you can use it. If you don't have the variable, then you need to skip it. You just need to provide the sample size, and you can include this property. This one you can exclude it, it doesn't affect anything. And then that's all that we need to do. If we find data here, probably this part you will find data anyway, because we're just picking random data and we store it in our list. So if our list has something, then we're going to send back a 200 here, and then that's all that we need to do. Or if all these scenarios are not met, then that's where we are going to run this else statement. Okay, send back a 404. Okay, so that's it for our food controller. So coming to our next function, which is get food by restaurant. So here you need to also include is available variable here, right? If the condition is if you have it, you can keep it. Your your API will work fine, but if you don't have it in your database, so don't use it. So these are the two changes. So we're running our server successfully. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and test those two endpoints that we made changes to. So let's go back to Postman. In Postman, we want to test REST foods, and we want to go ahead and test recommendations as well. So we're going to go with recommendation. So for recommendation, since it's an aggregation, we're going to get a new set of data each and every time that we send a request to this endpoint. So here, if you take a look, we have fruit smoothie as our first item. So if we send a request again, we're supposed to get a new set of data. Okay, so that's how it's going to work. This is how we can get a dynamic homepage. Like if there are any state changes, that triggers the requests in the front end, then we're going to be sending the user a different set of data each and every time. So that's it for our recommendation. And for our restaurant food, so we can just call it a restaurant menu somehow. If you send this request, you're supposed to get the data back. So what you need to do here, you need to make sure that you have a restaurant ID of a restaurant which has food in it. Otherwise, you're going to have an empty array. So make sure that the restaurant that you're using has food in it. Okay. So we are done with our food section. Next, we're going to go back to our board and we can check things off, and then we can see what we can work on next. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear our board since we are done with some of our tasks. Okay, so let's go to our task lists. So down at the bottom, we need to just get rid of these things that we're done with. Create food schema, controller, route, hook to server, and run postman test. We are done with those. So now we want to take a look at our database design and see what we can do first, because some of these things we can't go on to create them since they rely on the user table. The user table is going to be one of the last thing that we are going to do in our database. So here we're done with creating our categories, our restaurants, food. So we can move on to rating. We knock off rating, creating the schemas and everything that's related to rating, and then we go on to our authentication. Okay. Okay, so for now, let's go ahead and focus on our rating. So let's create a list of the things that we need to do. So our list is going to be similar to what we did before, but this one is going to be it's going to have two functions in it. Okay, so we just need to paste this down. Let's open these ones. So here we are going to have a rating, and we're going to have a rating controller, a rating route, and we're going to hook it to our server.js, and we're going to run a test in Postman. So that's what we need to do. So let's go back to our project. In our project, we need to go ahead and create the schema for our rating first. So we need to go to our models. Let's zoom this a little bit. we need to go to our models. And we need to create a new file. We're going to call it rating, and it has to be a JS file. Okay. So we're going to copy one of our schemas, the category, as we did before, and we paste it here. Okay, this is wrong. Let's just go ahead, select everything, copy, and we paste it here. Let's close that. Let's close that as well. Okay, so for our rating schema, we're going to require a user ID. That's supposed to be user ID, and we are going to require the rating type, because here we're going to use the same schema for for all our ratings, be it the driver, be it the food, the restaurant. So we have different scenarios. So our rating type here is going to be string, and it's going to be required as well, and we need to have an enum to just narrow down the kind of ratings that we need. Okay, so we're going to have 3. So the first one is going to be for the restaurant. Next, we're going to have for the driver, and we're going to have for the food. Okay, so the one that we're going to focus on, the ones that we're going to focus on is the one for the food and the one for the restaurant. And down at the bottom, we need the product. That's going to be the ID of the rating. Like if it's a restaurant, it's going to be a restaurant ID. If it's a driver, it's going to be a driver ID. If it's a food item, it's going to be an item ID. Okay, so we get that out of the way. Let's go ahead and have our last field, which is going to be the rating itself. So for the rating, the type is going to be of type number. So let's go ahead and finish that so that we can move on to our controllers. Is going to be of type number. Required is going to be not important, but we're going to have a minimum. So our minimum rating is going to be 1, and our maximum rating is going to be 5. Like that. Okay, so that's all that we need to do, but we need to change the schema name and the model name. So for a schema, the name is going to be rating. Same as for model name, like that. So we need to get rid of I. So this is our schema. Next, we're going to be focusing on our controller. So what we can do, we can just go ahead and create the controller first. Rating controller, and it has to be a JS file, like that. Right now, let's work on our rating controller. So the first thing that we're going to require in our rating controller is the rating model. So we need to import the rating model right on top. So let's specify the path where we are getting our model, and it's coming from rating. Okay, and we are also going to require 2 models, the one for the food and the one for the restaurant. Okay, so first let's go ahead and have our restaurant model. We specify the path, and down at the bottom we're going to have our food model. Okay, so we have our models. Now we need to go ahead and export our functions. So to export our functions, we're going to use module export, and then we put our controllers inside of braces. So the first controller that we're going to make is going to be add rating. Okay, so it's going to be an asynchronous function. It's going to take request and response. Going to take a request and a response. So in here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a new rating. Okay, so we're going to have const new rating. So our new rating is equals to new rating, and our data is going to come from request body, but we have to deconstruct it. So first we're going to have a user ID. Okay, so for now we are not going to be using user because we don't have a model. We don't we don't have a model and we don't have a middleware. So what we can do, we can just say body here. It's something that we are going to change a little bit later. And down at the bottom, we're going to require rating type. It's supposed to be rating type with an A, not with a E. The rating type is going to come from our body as well. Down at the bottom, let's go ahead and have our product. So our product is going to come from our body as well, and we're going to have the rating. Okay, like that. So we do have our new rating. So we want to have a try catch block down below so that we can save our rating to our database, and then we can go on to run some extra logic to send the rating, the average rating to a designated item. Okay, so here we're going to await the new rating. This new rating is the rating that we created here, and we're going to use the save method. Okay, like that. So that's not all that we need to do. Before we send back the response, we're going to have a condition. Accept our data. Let's go ahead and have our condition. So first we want to focus on our restaurant. So here we need to have a condition. If request body dot rating type is equals to restaurant, then we are going to run whatever we are going to put inside. So first we are going to create a pipeline and filter the products that we want to work with. For instance, we're going to be using the product and the rating type to filter the product. So to filter products, we're going to use match. Okay, it's supposed to be okay. This is skip this step. So first, what we need to do, we need to create a variable const restaurant is equals to await. So we need to create the pipeline. So to create the pipeline, we need to access our model. So our model is going to be the rating model, and we are going to use aggregate since we're creating a pipeline, right? And we need to filter the products, not the product, but we need to filter our results. So to filter our results, we're going to use match. So the products that we're going to be looking for, they have to match the rating type as well as the product ID, not the product ID, but the product itself. Okay, so here we're going to have rating type, and our rating type is going to be a request body dot rating type, right? Like that. Okay, so our second value that we're going to use to filter is going to be the product itself. So we're going to have our product here, and our product has to match whatever we are getting from our request body. So we can as well copy from here, and we can paste it here. So this is the first step. We are just filtering the data. The second step is to group the data by product ID, the data that we find here. We group the data and then we find the average. Okay, So down at the bottom, we just need to add a comma here, and we need to group all the products that we are going to find. We are going to group them by ID. So we need the value. So in this step, we are accessing the items that we find from our rating array, and these products are matching this condition. So we're going to get those products and group them by ID. Okay, so here we have to, this one has to be lowercase. It has to be product here. And after that, we need to create a new variable where we are going to store our average. Okay, so we need to just add a comma here and have average rating like that. So in order for us to get average rating, we are going to use the average. Okay, so here it's supposed to be average, and in order for us to do that, we're going to need to access this rating. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's our first condition. So let's give this a value rating. So once this is done, we're going to have another condition down at the bottom. Okay, so we're going to say if restaurants, if the length of these restaurants is greater than 0, then we are going to go ahead and process our rating, because we need to get the average rating and we need to update our rating of that particular restaurant that a user has inputted on their request. Okay, so first, what we need to do, let's create a new variable. We're going to call it average rating. Average rating. Okay, so for average rating, we're going to access this list, index 0, and we're going to get the average. After getting the average, then down at the bottom, we're just going to await. It's supposed to be await here. We're going to await our restaurant model, and we want to find one by ID and update. Find by ID and update. So the restaurant that we are looking for is the one that's given here. Okay, and after that, we need to go ahead and put the data that we want to push to this particular ID, to this particular restaurant. So we need to update the field rating, and we need to push average rating. Okay, so this average rating is the average rating that we have here. Okay, so don't be confused, and we're getting it from here. Okay, so this is to just access our rating from this variable, and we push it here to our restaurant. So that means the rating that we have in our restaurant is always going to be average. Okay, and we need to set new to true like that. So that's all that we need to do to set an average rating. Okay, so we are done with this condition, like the restaurant part. Okay, so now we need to go to the food. This is our if statement. Down here at the bottom, we're going to have an else if. So else if our condition has to change, so this has to be food, and we just copy everything that we have in here. We paste it down. After pasting, let's go ahead. We paste the code that we copied from above. Let's format it a little. After formatting, I didn't change anything. So this is going to be foods. Everything else remains the same. So here we're accessing our food, and we're trying to find a food by ID and update. So this is the ID of the food that we are looking for. And then we pass average rating, set new to true. So that's correct. So this is all for our rating. So if you are done with this first part, that means the second part is going to be easy. You just need to copy this part, paste it here, and then you just change the variable name here. You just need to change this variable name from restaurants to food. And the other change that you need to make it here. Okay, when it comes to the type of data that you want to search. So here we're going to be searching for food, so it's only logical we change restaurant to food, and then the ID that we're using is the ID that's being passed by the user, which is the product from our request body, and we just push the average, and the average is the average that we're getting from this figure that we have here, from this variable that we have here. Okay, so that's it. If we do have an error, then we're just going to send back a response with the status code of 500. And here we do need to send back JSON. So first we need status. It's supposed to be status, and our status is going to be false. And we need a message. It's supposed to be a message down here. So for a message, it's going to be error.message. That's what we need to do here. So if all these conditions are met right on top, we just need to, not all, but let's say we ran this condition and it's met. What we need to do, we just need to jump out, because the logic is, if this condition is met, we're not going to run this condition. The second condition isn't. So if this is satisfied, then we're just going to send back a response. So our response is going to be 200 here. So here we have to make it true, and we need to send back a message. Okay, so our message is going to be a string, rating updated successfully, and then let's save that. So that's going to be our first function. So if you are going to do, that's something that we're going to do later, but if you want to expedite your process and just experiment a little bit on the driver side, the process is the same. You just need to change the condition and change these, okay? Because down here, the most important part is this part, okay? This part, because here we're looking into rating. So this has nothing to do with this. But this is the most important part. Make sure that you're updating the right product. So for the driver, you just need to change this to driver. Okay. So we're done with our first function. Our next function is to check. That's a function that we're just going to run if a person tried to update rating. So we need to check whether that person has already updated a particular product or not. So if we come and take a look at our application, right? Okay, let me bring it up a little bit. Okay, so this is our application. Let me see whether I'm logged in or not. Okay, I'm logged in, so probably I've rated some items before. Let's take restaurants for instance. Okay, so if I open this restaurant and try to rate this restaurant, okay, I can submit rating here. I can change rating and submit, because I haven't rated this restaurant. Okay, so I've rated this restaurant. So now we are using this function that we're going to create to check whether a user has rated a restaurant or not. So if you've rated a restaurant, this is the message that you're going to get. And here you won't be able to rate a restaurant twice. Okay, so the next function is the function that we're going to create, that we're going to use to achieve this particular kind of functionality, because we don't want the very same user to be rating the same restaurant over and over again. Okay, go ahead and create our new function. So our new function is going to be check user rating. Okay, so it's going to be the same as the other functions. So it's going to be asynchronous, and it's going to take a request and a response. Okay, we need to include the arrow function here. Okay, so here we're not going to be using params, but we're going to be using queries. Okay, so first we're going to require rating type. Okay, so rating type is going to come from request query dot rating types. Rating type, okay? So here we can take this as it is, but we are going to change. Instead of using a body, we're going to use query. Okay, like that. And we also need another one down at the bottom because we need two things. We need the rating type and we need the product. Okay, so it's like we are finding the product, whether the product is rated or not. If the product is not rated, then a user can go on to rate a product. But if it is not, if it is rated, then they won't be allowed to rate that particular product. So here we are going to have product. Okay, so these are the two variables that we're going to need in order for us to achieve what we want to achieve. So down at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch. It's supposed to be try catch, not try chart. Okay, try catch. So you know what, try. The first thing that we're going to do, we're going to have consts existing rating. It's supposed to be existing. Here it's supposed to be lowercase is equals to await. So we will be looking inside of our ratings, our rating. Okay, so we need to find one. So the one that we are going to be looking for has to match these criteria. This criterion, okay, it has to have these two. And the other one is going to be the user ID. So probably this is something that we're going to use when we have our user. Okay, but let's just go ahead and finish, and then we can revisit when we do have all the data that we need. So first we're going to have user ID. So the user ID has to come from a request user.id. Okay, so we can do the same for our rating. We can run the test a little bit later when we finish with our users and middleware. Okay, so let's just leave it like this so that everything can be in line, because we're trying to minimize the number of errors that we might get because we did some things and then we need to revisit. So let's just do them the right way. When we finish working on our users, then it's a smoothless, a flawless test. We don't need to just go an extra mile changing things. So here we need to match the product. So our product is going to be product, since we already extracted the product from our query, and our rating type is going to be rating type since we have it here. Okay, so down at the bottom, what we need to have a condition. Let's go ahead and have our condition. So if existing rating, then we're going to send back a response to the user. So if this rating is existent, then we're going to send back this response, but this message is wrong and we don't need to send back the data to the user. Okay, what we need is to just send back a message to the user. That same message is the message that we are going to be displaying on our UI. Okay, here. Okay, so this message should be something like, not your rating has been, you have already rated this. Oh, it can be both because it's the same function that we're going to use. Okay, so what we can do here, instead of this product, it can be a product or food. Okay, so let's just go with restaurant first. If there are any changes that we can make them later. Okay, you've already rated this restaurant. Okay, else we're going to also send the 200 down below. So here we can say user, he hasn't rated this restaurant. So what we're going to use the most is this status. Okay, if the status is true, then that means the user has already rated this restaurant. If the status is false, then that means this user has the ability to go ahead and rate the restaurant. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. And down at the bottom, we are going to send a response. In our response, we need to send a status as well. 500 false, and then we send back the error message. So we are done with our rating. The next thing that we're going to do is to go ahead and create the routes for this particular section, hook them to our server.js, and then we can move on to our next. So let's go to our routes. In our routes, we need to create a new one, and we're going to call it rating, and it has to be a JS file. So inside of our JS, let's just go ahead, take the category router, paste it in here. So first we need to change the controller. Okay, so instead of a category controller, we're going to have a rating controller with 1G, and we need to map it to the right controller. So here it's supposed to be rating controller. So to posts, it's supposed to be rating, and we're going to match this to add rating. And the next one is going to be a post as well, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be a post as well. It's going to be a get. It's going to be a get. So we need to get rid of this. So we need a rating controller. And here we need to check user rating. Okay. So these ones are going to be protected routes. So we are going to add middleware to them as soon as we finish working on our users and our middleware. Okay. So these two, they're going to be protected. A user needs to be authorized to be able to perform these actions. So let's just go ahead and hook this to our server.js. Here we're going to have a rating routes, and we have to map it to rating. Okay, after that, down at the bottom, API, then we're going to call it rating, and we have to map it to rating route, like that. So if we save and we don't have an error, so these ones are going to be, we're going to test them a little bit later after we are done with our user. So our user, that's our next priority, because everything that comes after, including the addresses, let's just pull this up a little. Okay, let's knock these off our list first. Okay, so the test we didn't run. So if we come to our schema, even the one that we worked on, our rating, okay, this rating requires a user ID. Okay, so like rating, cart, orders, and addresses, these all requires user IDs, and they have to be protected somehow. So we need to work on our user, and then we can finish up on these ones. Okay, so our next step is to go ahead and make sure that we can create a user create middlewares, and then we can move on to the last tables, functions, and controllers. We are done with most of the parts, but we are left with parts which are way more reliant on our user schema. Okay, so we have to create this user schema so that we can just go ahead and finish up with everything that requires us to have a user ID or a role in order for us to perform some tasks. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to just go ahead and handle our user schema. At the same time, we are going to be focusing on our routes. But first, we're not going to be focusing on user routes, but we are going to be focusing on authentication routes. Okay. So authentication has two. It has sign up and log in. So these two are the ones that we are going to be focusing on. They're a little bit longer as compared to other functions that we're going to have. So without wasting any time, let's jump in and start working on our user schema first. Okay, so we need to visit our project. Okay, so this is our project, and this is how we left off the last time. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to models, and we need to create a new model, and we are going to call it user.js. Okay, so for a model, we're going to do the same as we did with the other models. We're going to copy our category model since it's the shortest model that we have in our application, and then we're going to paste it in here. After pasting, what we need to do, we need to change these names, okay, from category to user. So we need to select both. After selecting both, we need to just get rid of this category and change it to user. Okay, and we need to change the model name from category to user. Okay, so we are done with that. Now we need to focus on our fields. Okay, so for our user schema, we are going to have quite a number of fields. The first one is going to be our username. Okay, so our username is going to be string and it's going to be required, and the second one that we're going to have is an email. Okay, so our email is going to be of type string as well, and it's going to be required, and it requires an extra field by the name unique. Okay, it has to be unique in the sense that each and every user that signs up, they should have a unique email address. If the email address they have is already existent in our database, then they are not going to be creating an account. Okay, down at the bottom, what we're going to have, we're going to have an OTP. An OTP is where we are going to store the OTP that we're going to generate. Okay, so we need to send this OTP to the database. At the same time, we need to send the same OTP to the user via email, and then when they verify their account, they use that OTP. So when they enter the OTP, we are going to check the OTP they entered, comparing it to the OTP they have in their database, in their account. Okay, if those OTP match, then that means that account is verified. If they don't match, then we are going to prompt them to re-verify their account. So for OTP here, we are not going to set this to true. We're going to set it to false. And by default, we are going to set it to none. Okay, like that is going to be a string here, but this is not likely to happen since each and every time that we create an account, this variable is going to be stored straight from our controller. Okay, so this is just a precautionary step. Okay, right at the bottom, we're going to have a password, and our password is going to be of type string, and it's going to be required. After our password, we're going to require verification. Our verification is going to be of type boolean. Okay, so let's go ahead and set the type. Our type is going to be a boolean right here. A boolean by default is going to be false. Okay, and we're not going to set it as required. Each and every time an account is created, by default verification is set to false. Okay, is set to false. Whenever a user provides the correct OTP, which is matching the OTP they have in the database, and then we're going to change this verification boolean from false to true. Okay, so let's go ahead. Right at the bottom, we're going to require a phone number. We're just going to call it phone. So our phone here, it's going to be a string, and by default, we're going to just provide a random number, because in the first place, we're not going to be requiring a phone number. But when a user is trying to order something, that's when we prompt them to fill the phone number and verify their phone number. So we need a phone verification field. Okay, so here let's just have a phone verification. Okay, so our phone verification is going to be a boolean as well. By default is going to be false. Right underneath that, we need an address. So our address is going to be a Mongo schema type. Okay, and it's going to be what you call it, an object ID. Okay, so let's add a comma here. After adding a comma, what we need to do, we need to have type. So our type is going to be mongoose.schema.types. Okay, and our type is going to be object ID. After we provided the type, we need to provide the reference with which we are getting the data from, in case we want to populate that particular field. So here we're going to reference it to the address model. Okay, and we have to set required to false. So that's it for our address. Right after our address, we need to have a user type. So user type is going to be the roles that the users are going to have in our application, in our host system. So we are going to have different types of users. But first, we need to set the type of the variable of the field. So here is going to be type string. Required is going to be true. Each and every time that we create an account, we should provide this field. And here by default, each and every time an account is created, that account is going to be a client account. Okay, and we need to have enums to limit the, not to limit, but we need to restrict. If someone provides false information, try to just create an account, then that won't go in, because these ones, they should follow the pattern that we have inside of our database. Okay, not inside of our database, but inside of our backend. So here we're going to have a client, that's the first. We're going to have admin, that's the second. Third, we're going to have a vendor. So these are going to be restaurants. Okay, restaurant owners, not restaurants. And we are also going to have a driver. So this row is for delivery boys. Okay, or someone who's responsible for the delivery. Okay, you can call him whatever you want, call him. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a profile. Okay, so for a profile is going to be a string. So here we're going to have string. So let's not forget the type. That's going to be our profile, and by default, we need to go ahead and provide a default string, a default profile. Okay, so what we are going to do here, we're going to go ahead and just get one image from the existing images that I do have. So this is open. You can just choose an image of your choice from the web or the ones that you have in your media server, and then you can use that image to set it as a default profile image. Okay, so we are done with these. Right at the bottom, let's just check and see whether we have all the fields that we need. We have username, we have email, we have OTP, we have password, verification. This verification is for the account. Phone, we have phone verification. Yes, we have address, user type, and we have a profile. Okay, so everything checks out. So before we finish, we need to set timestamps to true. Okay, timestamps to true. So each and every time that we're creating an account, we're going to have timestamp timestamp stored in our database. Okay, so this is our schema. So our next task is going to be to create this address model, because we can't have a reference without a model. Okay, we will run into an error. So this is something that we should take care of before we take care of the auth controllers. Okay, so that's going to be our next task. But for now, this is all for our user schema. So let's move on to our address model. So here, if we take a look to, if we go back to our item, if we go back to our board, we need to just, this was our address model initially, but there are some changes to it. So what we can do here, we can get rid of some of the fields. Okay, so we're going to delete that one. We need user ID, address line 1, postal code. We don't need the state. Okay, so we're going to delete that. We don't need the district as well, but we're going to change this to latitude and longitude. Okay, so here we're going to have a latitude, and down at the bottom we're going to have a longitude, and after that longitude we need delivery instructions. Okay, so here it's supposed to be longitude, and after that we need delivery instructions, like that. Okay, here we have to add an I, so that's going to be our new schema. Okay, so this is the item that we're going to, the database schema that we're going to be replicating in our REST API. So let's go ahead and do that. So go back to our application, and in models we need to create a new one, and we have to call it address, and it has to be a JS file. After creating that, we need to go ahead to our categories, and we need to just copy everything from our categories and we paste it in here. After that, we need to select category schema, and we need to rename it to address schema. Okay, so that's going to be address schema, and we need to change the name of the model from category to address, like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. After saving, now we need to deal with the fields that we're going to have. So the first thing that we're going to have in here is going to be a user ID, because each and every address that a user is going to upload is going to be attached to their user ID. So this is how we can get all the addresses belonging to a particular user. Okay, because we tied them with this user ID. Okay, so after that, we're going to require address line 1, and it's going to be string, and it's going to be required as well. Down at the bottom, we're going to require a postal code. So our postal code is going to be a string, and it's going to be required as well. And down at the bottom, we're going to have default. Okay, so this value is but we need to have a one singular default address. Okay, let's say a user got 10 addresses attached to their user ID, but amongst those 10, they should have one as default. That default address is the one that we're going to be using inside of the application to send deliveries. Even the coordinates of that default address are the ones that we're going to be using. So let's take, for example, you want to send, like, you have two addresses, one for your work and one for your home. So you're not ordering food from home, you're ordering food from work, right? So when you're at work, you need to change your address from your home address to your work address. If your default address is your work address, then the food that you're purchasing while you're at work is going to be redirected at the address that you already have, your work address. Okay, and the coordinates are going to change from home to work, everything. Okay, so that's why we do have this value. So we need a type for this, and it's going to be of type boolean. So by default is going to be, but that's something that we're going to set each and every time that we are going to push an address to our database. Okay, so here we need delivery instructions. So for delivery instructions, it's going to be of type string. Required is going to be false. So we need to change this from true to false, but that's something that we're going to require in the front end, not in the back end. Okay, so let's go to our latitude. So our latitude, we need type. The type of our latitude is going to be different. So our latitude is always going to be a double. So we use number if we're using Mongoose or any other database if you are going to be dealing with latitude and longitude. So for longitude, is going to be the same as well. It's going to be a number. Okay. So these are the fields that we need in our address schema. So we're done with our address schema. Everything checks out. We do have our model name. We do have our schema name. Okay. So we're done with this. Next, let's move on to our auth controller. So we said we're going to have two types. We're going to have auth controller and user controller. Auth controller is going to be responsible for all the like user creation and user login, okay? As well as sending emails for when a user registers. That's a verification email, and OTP generation. Those things are going to be handled in the auth controller. User controller is responsible for getting profile verification, like the verification routes, phone verification, account verification, and to update the user somehow. So like, let's go ahead and deal with our auth first, and then we can move on to our user. So here, what we're going to do first, we're going to just have moji.exports, okay, and we're going to export our functions. So we're going to have two functions. The first one is going to be create user, okay, create user. So our function is going to be asynchronous and is going to take a request and a response, and we need an arrow function here, and we need braces. So down at the bottom, we're going to have a login function like that. So these are the two functions that we're going to have here. So at the top, we are going to import all the packages that we need and the models that we need, and then we can start working inside of our functions. The first thing that we need to do before we start working on our controllers, we need to go ahead and create a function to generate our OTP. So we need to go to utils. Instead of utils, we need to create a new file, and we are going to call it OTP generator. Okay, so mind the spelling, and it has to be a JS file here. Okay. Okay, that's wrong. Let's go ahead and delete it. We don't want any problems. So here, the new file is supposed to be OTP, then generator, like that, and it has to be a JS file. Okay, so in here we have to create a function. Okay, so it's supposed to be function, and we need to give the function a name. So it's supposed to be generates OTP, generates OTP. Okay, so in here we need to go ahead and create a variable with the name OTP. So here we're going to use math.float to generate random numbers. So here we need 100,000. Okay, plus math.random. Okay, so here I'm going to make it 900, like that. Okay, after we have this OTP, now we need to get a substring of the value that we have. So we are going to have a return. In our return, we're going to take this OTP, and we need to convert it to string. After converting it to string, we need to get the substring of that string, and we're going to get from index 0 to 6. Okay, and then we close it. And down at the bottom, we need to export the function that we just created. So we are going to use model.exports, and we are going to export generate OTP. Okay, like that. So we are done with this function. The next thing that we need to do, we need to test whether this function is working or not. So to just test whether the function is working, we need to go to server.js. In our server.js, we need to import the function first. So here we're going to have const generate OTP is equals to require, and we need to access our utils. Okay. Okay, here is supposed to be one dot utils, and here we need to access OTP generator, and let's close that. And down at the bottom, down below .env config, what we can do, we can log our generate OTP. Okay, since it's a string. Yeah, okay, so we are getting 6 digits. So that means this function is working fine. So if we save this file again, we are going to get another one. So we are generating we're generating a random OTP each and every time that we run this function. Okay, so we get that out of the way. We have our OTP now. We can go ahead and work on our functions to create a user, and then we can move on to log in a user. So now let's go ahead and import all the packages that we need and everything that we need before we start working on our functions. So the first thing that we're going to require in here is our user model. So here is going to require, we need to specify the path where we are getting our user model. So we're getting our model from models, and from models, we need to access the user. Okay. So after that, let's just close this, and down below what we need to do, we need to import crypto.js, because we're going to be using crypto.js to encrypt our passwords and to decrypt our passwords. Okay, we already installed crypto.js inside of our package.json, so we just need to import the package here. Okay, that's not the right way. We need crypto.js. So if we open package.json, we do have crypto.js here. So that's the same package that we're importing at this moment. Down at the bottom, we need JWT. Okay, so JWT is the package that we're going to use to sign our JSON Web Token. So here it's supposed to be JSON Web Token. So we need to import that, and we did install this package as well. So we have it here. Down at the bottom, we need to go ahead and import generate OTP like that. And we need to get it from utils. Okay, so we need to access our utils. From our utils, we're getting OTP generator. Okay, so let's go ahead, close that. So now that we have the inputs that we require at the moment, we are going to go ahead and get into our function. Though we have one missing to send an email verification, that one we can do with it a little bit later because it's a little bit longer. Okay, so let's do with this and we can move on to our email verification. Okay, so first, when we're creating a user, what we need to do, we need to check whether the email that the user has provided us with is a valid email or not. So we need to use email regex. We need to use regex to check for that. So the code is going to be provided for you. I do have the code here, so I'll make sure that you get the code beforehand. You can write it here because it's clear, but you might make some mistakes, so it's better for you to just copy the code. This will be provided for you. So here, what we need to do, we need to have a condition to check whether the email that's provided is valid or not. So we are going to have a condition, if not email regex. Okay. .test. Here we need to get our email from our request body. So our email is going to come from request_body.email, right? Then we are going to return something here. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to return a response with a status of 400. Let's give it a 400. It's supposed to be 400 over here, and we need to send a message alongside with the status. So let's go ahead and have a status here. Our status is going to be false. It's supposed to be false over here, and we're going to have a message. So email is not valid. or invalid email. Either way, the difference is the same. So you can choose the way that you want to write your message here. Okay, so this is the first condition that we're going to have, first validation of the email that we're going to have. After that, we're going to have a password validation. So our password has to be 8 characters long. Okay, so we're going to create a new variable and we're going to call it minimum password length. So our password length is going to be 8 here. So down at the bottom, we are going to check if the password provided by the user is greater than 8. If a request dot body dot password, if it's less than the minimum password. Okay, so here we are going to check whether it's less than this. If it's greater than, then that means it's okay, 8 characters or more. Okay, we need to send back a response. Okay, so in our response, we're going to return the same but with a different message. Okay, so let's just go ahead and copy this, and we need to paste it here. So for our password, our message is, the password is too short. Okay, that will narrow it down. Should be at least 8 characters. So here we do have a string plus minimum number of characters here, then characters long. Okay, so the minimum is 8. So this one is going to be 8, and then it's just going to be 1 line. So that's going to be the message that we're going to send. If this condition is met, then we are going to go ahead and have our try catch block. Okay, so in our try catch block, in our try, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to check whether the provided email is existent in our database or not. Okay, so here we're going to have a function with the name email, not function but variable. Email exists. Okay, is equals to await. We need to access our database and we need to find one. So we're going to use the email to find whether the email is existent in our database or not. If we have something here, then we need to send back a response. But if we don't have anything, then we're going to go ahead and create a new user. Okay, so let's have our condition. If email exists, then we are going to go ahead and do what we do down here. We're going to return, return a 400 with the status and the message email already exists. Okay, so we are done checking. If it doesn't exist, then we are going to go ahead and create a new user. Okay, so to create a new user, we need to create a new variable with the name new user. But before that, let's go ahead and just get rid of this first, and then, okay, so before this, we need to go ahead and do one more thing. So here, that's where we are going to generate OTP. Okay, so we need to create a variable where we're going to store our OTP. Okay, after creating the variable, now let's just go ahead and have the data that we want to save to our database. So first we're going to have our username, right? So for our username is going to be request_body.username, and for our email is going to be request_body.email, and down at the bottom we're going to have our password. So for our password is a little bit different. We don't want to save the password as it comes from our user, so we need to encrypt the password. That's why we do have our crypto.js, and we're going to use this crypto.js to encrypt our password. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we're going to use crypto.js.aes, and then we encrypt the password. So to encrypt the password, we need the password provided by the user, and we need a secret key that we're going to use to encrypt the password. Okay, so it's like when you're locking the door, you need the key to lock the door. So we need the key. Okay, so here what we're going to do, we're going to have our password first, and then we're going to have our secret key. So our secret key is going to come from our .env. Okay, so we need to create the secret key first. So let's go back to our .env. In our .env, we need to create a new variable with the name secret. Okay, so you can give it whatever number you want, or whatever characters you want, but this is the secret that I'm going to go with. So to access this variable, I need to use this name. So let's go back to our auth controller. Auth controller, here we need to access our .env. the process.env dot secret. Okay, and then we are going to convert it to string. So that's going to be our encrypted password. After encrypting the password, we need OTP as well. So for OTP, we're going to store this OTP in our database as well, because it is the same OTP that we're going to be sending to the user. Okay, so down at the bottom here, we are going to be serving the user, and we're going to also send OTP to email. Okay, so this OTP is the same that we're going to send to the email. So if a user receives the email, then they're going to use this OTP in the front end, send it to the backend, and then we are going to get this OTP from the user and compare it to the OTP that they've entered. If they match, then we verify the account. If they don't, then they have to enter the correct one. Okay, so that's the logic. It's the same logic with the password. Okay, when a user is logging in. Okay, so let's go ahead and handle. Here we have our username, our email, our password. We also need our user type. So our user type is not going to come from our request body, but we're just going to assign it here. So when a user account is created, by default is going to be a client. So that's what we are doing. We're just doing it to make sure, because we've handled this part inside of our user schema here when we set default as client. So if you've set default as client, even if you leave it in your controller here, when this account is created, this account is going to be a client account. So that's all that we need at the moment: user, email, user type, password, and OTP. Okay, so first we need to go ahead and await, and then we are waiting for this new user, and then we need to save. Okay, after saving, then we need to go ahead and send back the response, but we also need to take care of this. Okay, so that's something that we haven't taken care of. We will do that in a little bit. So we need to send back a response. Since we're creating a user, our status is going to be 201. Okay, and we need to send back a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to send back the status and the message. The status is going to be true, and as for a message, it's going to be a string: user successfully created, not saved but created. Okay, so that's it for that part. If we do have an error, then we're going to send back a response with the status, and our status is going to be 500, and we also need JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to send back a status and an error message. Status is going to be false, and our message is going to be error.message, like that. Okay, so that's going to be our function. So here, let's get rid of that. So this is our function. So the next thing that we can do, we can go ahead and work on the login function first. Okay, login function, do the JSON web token, and then we can come back to sending emails. Okay, because emails requires us to go to Google, get the keys, and then we can complete this part. So let's just deal with what we can deal with inside of our VS Code. Then we can go outside and just finish this part. Okay, so now that we're done with our create user function, what we need to do, we need to move on to our login user function. So what we need to do first, we need to have some logic to check whether the email that the user provided is a valid email, and we need to check the length of the password. So we need to come back to our create user function, and then we're going to take these two conditions and we need to paste them down in our create user function. All right, that's the first thing. Next, we are going to have a try catch block. So in our try, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and find the user. Okay, so we need to create a variable where we are going to store our user, and we're going to call it user, and we need to wait for the data that we're getting from our database, and we're going to use our user model and find one. So we're going to find one by by email. So the email is the email that the user is entering. So that's going to come from request body dot email. Okay, so it's supposed to be request dot body dot email. So that's the first, and down here we need to check whether the user has been found or not. Okay, so we need to have another condition. If not user, then we should send back a response to the user. Okay, so here we're going to return a 400 with a message. Let's go ahead and close that. Okay, so if this user is not found, then we can say account not found, account or user. Okay, account is not registered, or it cannot be registered or not found. So let's just go with user. Okay, so here we're going to say user not found. Okay, so here the scenario might be someone entered a wrong email, but that email already exists, not already exists, and the email doesn't exist in our database. So that's why here we send them back a message, user not found. So if the user is found, what we're going to do, we are going to access our user, and then we're going to decrypt the password, and then we can compare that password to the password that the user entered. Okay, so here we need another variable. We're going to call it decrypted password. Okay, so here we're going to use crypto.js to decrypt our password. That's supposed to be crypto.js.decrypt, and the password that we're decrypting is the password that we're getting from this user that we have on top. Okay, so to decrypt the password, we need to have our secret key. So we need to access our secret from our .env. So it's supposed to be process.env.secret. And remember, the secret is all in caps. Okay, so we need to close that. Right after that, we need to go ahead and process the password a little bit further. We need to convert it to string. Okay, so we need to create another variable. In the variable, we're just going to give it a random name. Okay, so okay, let's just go ahead with just call it the password. Okay, so here we're going to take this decrypted password that we have, and then we want to convert it to string. So here it's not just a string, we have to use some properties from crypto.js so that we can have our password. So here we are going to use enc.utf8 like that. Okay, so now that we do have this password, this is the same password that we're going to use to compare with the password the user entered when they are trying to log in. Okay, so down at the bottom, first we need to have a condition. If this password, okay, that's the password is equals to request body dot password, supposed to be dot password here, then we are going to go ahead and okay, this is wrong. We need to go ahead and grant access to the user. But the best way that we can do, we can check if this password don't match. If they don't match, then we want to send back a response to the user. Okay, so we're just going to copy the response that we have on top, and we need to paste it down here. Our status is going to be false, and here the message has to be different. So we can say wrong password. Okay, like that. So if this condition is matched, then we are going to go ahead and process our token. Okay, so down below we need to create a new variable with the name user token. Okay, consts user token. So our variable is going to come from JWT. We already have a variable, not a variable, but we've already instantiated our JSON web token right on top here. So we are going to use the instance that we store in JWT to sign the token. So JWT dot sign. Okay, when signing the token, we're going to require some properties from this user that we have stored in this variable. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to require is the ID. So the ID is going to come from user._ID. Since this ID is going to come from the database, we have to use underscore. Right after that, we're going to require the user type, and we're going to also require the secret, but the secret can be different Okay, let's get rid of these extra braces from here. So here we have the user type, and we also need to include the email. So down here, we can have the email. The email is going to come from user.email, like that. So to sign a secret key, to sign a JWT token, we need a secret. So we need to create a new secret code for JWT in our .env. So let's just press enter here, and we create a new variable with the name JWT secret. Let's just call it JWT secret here. So it can be anything. It can be anything. So you can generate a random code. Most probably, what I advise you to do is to create a 64 base number that someone cannot guess. But for this one, we're just going to go with something simple. So I'm just going to use the same. Okay. So let's save our env, and let's copy our variable name, come back to our auth controller, and then we need to replace this variable here with our JWT secret. And here on the number of days, you can put any number of days that you want, but for me, I'm just going to go with 21. So now we have this token. Now we need to send back a response back to the user, but we need to deconstruct our user so that we can exclude the passwords and some other variables that we don't want to send back to the user. So down below, we're going to use, what do you call it? We're going to just have our password here, OTP. These variables, we're not supposed to send back. We are not going to send them to the user. And whatever we're going to send, we're going to call it others. Okay. So let's give it a name here. These are supposed to be 3 dots, not 2. Others. So here, this one is coming from the user dot underscore doc. Okay. So let's close this. Okay, we should close this one here. So we need to push this user alongside with our JSON response. So at the bottom, we're going to send back a response, and our status is going to be 200. So now that we have our JSON web token, the most important part is going to have our middleware, okay? Because we need to have a middleware to deconstruct the JSON web token that we created. So in here, in our response, we need to send back others, and we also need to send the user token. It's supposed to be lowercase, like that. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for a user. If we do have an error, we need to catch that error and send back a response. So let's handle that. Our error status is going to be 500, and we need to send back JSON. In our JSON, we're going to have status in the message. Our status is going to be false, and our message is going to be error.message. Okay, like that. So we are done with our user. So as soon as we run some tests, if we do have some errors, we do have to revisit these functions, make some changes, and then we can proceed. But the most important thing that we have to take care of is sending the email when a user signs up. We're done with our login. Here, what we need to do, we need to do with this OTP. We need to send an OTP to the user who registers. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a new file inside of our utils. We're not going to be doing it inside of this like controller. We have to do it inside, just in case we need to send more emails. So let's say a user registers for a restaurant. The restaurant, we need to send back a confirmation if that restaurant is confirmed or not. So we need to create this function so that we can reuse it in any situation that we need to. Okay, so we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it email. We're going to call it, let's give it a name. It's going to be SMTP function. Okay, or you can call it email if you want, but I'm going to call it SMT, and it has to be a JS file. Okay, so after creating, we have to create a function in here. Okay, so we're going to create an asynchronous function, and we have to give this function a name. Okay, let's just call it send email. Send email. Okay, so our function is going to take in some variables. okay, since we want to reuse it. So first we need to have the email that we are going to send the email to, okay? So that's the receiver's email. So let's just call it user email here. So that's going to be the first variable. The second variable is going to be the verification code or the message, okay? Let's just call it a message because it's not always going to be a verification code, okay? So since we have these two, that's okay. Let's bring this a little bit down. So right on top, we need to go ahead and import NodeMailer because we're going to be using NodeMailer to send our emails, okay? So we need NodeMailer and we need an instance of NodeMailer. So we need to import NodeMailer. So if we go to our package.json, we've already installed NodeMailer, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so we have NodeMailer here. So that's the package that we're going to be using to send emails. Okay, so let's save that. Right inside of our NodeMailer, not our NodeMailer, but our function, we need to make SMT configurations. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a transporter. Okay, so a transporter is just an instance of our, okay, it's just an instance which is responsible for sending emails. So we're going to use create transport, NodeMailer.create transport method to create this transporter. Okay, so our transporter is responsible for sending the mail. So here, let's see. Okay, the spelling is right. So here we need to use NodeMailer. So we're going to have NodeMailer dot create transport. Okay, so inside, that's where we are going to put our configurations. So the first thing that we're going to require is the service with which we are using to send the email. Okay, so in this instance, I'm going to use Gmail to send my emails. Okay, so if you have your SMT server, you can go ahead and use your SMT server. That's okay. But for this part, we're going to use Gmail, and we need to authenticate. We need authentication for that part. So we're going to require two things. So the first one is going to be the email, and the next one is going to be the password. So here, I'm going to change them a little bit. I'm going to call them auth. Okay, so here it's supposed to be auth email and auth password. Okay, so we need to create these variables inside of our .env. Okay, so we have our .env open here. So I'm going to push it to the side. So we need to create these variables. Okay, so the email is the email that you're going to be using to send the email to the user. Okay, so it has to be your email and it has to be your password. So this password is a little bit different. It's not like your account password if you're using Gmail. It's going to be an access, let's say an app password that you use to just access the email service. Okay, so that's what we need right there. After that, we need to close this. So we're going to create these separately a little bit later. So first, what I'm going to do here, just need to put your email here. So I'm not going to show my email. So this part, I might do it a little bit later. And this part, I'll show you how we can get the password. Okay, here. Okay, so let's save our env, close that, come back to our function. So now we need to go ahead and create a function to our mail options. Okay, so here we need consts and we need mail options. It's supposed to be mail options. So in our mail options, we are going to require some things. So here we're going to get from, like from where the email is coming from. So we need to specify. So this email is coming from this user. Okay, that's going to be your email. Okay, so you need to just copy this from .env and you just put it here. Okay, because you don't want to hard code your email. And where is it going? That's to. Okay, so since we are receiving the user email right here on top, what we're going to do, we're going to put it here. Okay, so this is the receiver, and we need to have a subject to our email. That's supposed to be subject, and our subject is going to be something like Foodly. So this part, you can put it here as well, like as as an argument to our function and receive it from wherever we are going to use this function if you're going to use it multiple times, because you don't want your emails to have the same subject, even if they are for different purposes. So you can either choose to get your subject from here, okay? But for this instance, we are going to cover OTP. So OTP, we can just hard code the message. So here is supposed to be a verification code, okay? A fully verification code. So here, mind the spelling, it's supposed to be verification. Down at the bottom, we're going to require our HTML. Like that's the format with which our email is going to be in. Okay, so for this HTML, my keyboard is configured in a it has some different settings, so I might not be able to do it here. So what I did, I'm just going to copy the code for the HTML. Probably that part is going to be provided to you beforehand when you start with this backend. Okay, so I'm going to go to my notes. So this is going to be our HTML code. So the code is pretty simple. We have h1. Okay, so h1 is going to be the title of the email. Is it like fully email verification, and we have a p tag. Your email verification code is, and then here we do have our verification code in the next line, and it has a blue color. So here we're going to put the verification code, but in this instance, this variable is not going to be verification code since we are passing it as message here. So this part, it has to be message, okay? And down at the bottom, please enter this code on your verification page to complete your registration process. And down at the bottom, if you didn't request this, okay, so here we just have to add email, okay, like that. Please ignore this email, something like that, okay? So either way, here it can be this, since we have email right there. So this one, even if it's not provided at the end of the day, it's easier to copy because the code is just transparent. And most of the stuff is just text. So you can go ahead and write line for line. That is pretty simple. So that's it for our mail options. With this, now we can be able to send an email. So down at the bottom, what we're going to do, we're going to have a try-catch block. Let's close this first. Let's have a try-catch block here. So in our try-catch, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and await, and then we are going to use our transporter to send the email. So we are going to say send mail. Okay, so our email data is going to be our email options. Okay, is it email options? What did we use? It's supposed to be mail options. Okay, like mail options, that's what we're going to send. So let's close that. So here, that's how we're going to send our email. And down at the bottom, we're just going to console log. We're going to just log something just to show that the email has been sent. Okay, so here we can say verification message, verification email sent. And if we do have an error, then we're going to just go ahead and log that error. So the reason why we are logging and we are not showing the user this part, if we have an error, probably we need to go ahead and handle that on our side. So here, okay, so we're going to say email sent failed with an error, then we put our error here. Okay, or what we can do, we can just add a comma and then we put our error. So this is all that we need to do for our function, but down at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to export this function. Okay, so we're going to use module.exports, and then we're going to export our send email function. Okay, that's our function. So if we hover over, this is our function, which takes in an email, user email, and the message. Okay, so remember, the message is the message that we are putting here. So that's going to be our OTP. Okay, so let's save that function. So what we can do now is to go to our Google account and try to, or let me show you how you can get the password. Okay, so to get the password, what you can do, you can go to to your Google account. Okay, in your Google account, you need to visit manage Google account. Okay, after manage Google account, let's zoom this a little bit. Manage Google account, and then you need to go to security. Okay, after going to security, you need to visit two-step verification, and after that, you need to enter your password. Okay, so I'm going to enter my password, press next. If your password is verified, you come to this page. So what you need to do, you need to come to this part, add passwords. Okay, just click on that. Here you need to create an application. Okay, so I'm just going to call this Foodly Flutter. Okay, after creating, you will be given a password here. Okay, so you need to copy this password because after this you will not see it. Okay, and press done. So this is the app that we just created. So you need to go to your backend, and in your backend you need to visit .env. So the password, you need to paste it here, and you need to get rid of the spaces that we have here. Okay, after getting rid of the spaces, then you can paste. So right on top, that's where you should put your email address. Okay, so that's all that you need to do. So here, let's say your email is at gmail.com. So it's going to be like that. And then you put your password here. Okay, so that's the process. So we are done with configuring this. So what we can do, we can run a test whether our mailer is working or not. We can just send an OTP. We can just send an OTP. Go ahead and run a test. So to run a test, what we need to do, we need to just go to our server.js. So in our server.js, we are going to import the server first, not the server, but we're going to import two functions, one for OTP and one for our SMTP server. Okay, so here we need const send email is equals to require. So here we're going to require, we're going to access utils. Okay, let's go ahead and access utils. In utils, we need to access SMTP function. Okay, so that's the first. Next, we need to go and we need an instance of our code generator. So here we're going to say generate OTP. Okay, so generate OTP is going to come from utils as well, and this is the file. Okay, this is the file that we're getting it from. So we have these two functions. So down below here, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to just, let's have an instance of our OTP is equals to generate OTP. Okay, and here down at the bottom, we're going to send mail. So to send mail, we need the email. Okay, so I'm going to put my email, and we need the second variable, because if we have over here, we need two variables, the first one and the second one. So our message is going to be the OTP. Okay, so we need to push the OTP here like that. So if we send this, if we just save, we're going to send this email. Okay, so here what we can do, we can we can log an OTP. We can log our OTP. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go to my Outlook, not this one. I'm going to go to my Outlook, and then we wait for the message. Okay, so this is what we have right now. So as soon as I hit save, we should receive a message in our email if we don't have an error. Okay, so verification code sent. So this is the OTP that's been sent to the email. So what we can do, we can just go to our browser, no, not this browser, but the other one, this one. Okay, so we do have a code. So this code is the one that's been sent by now. This is the code that has been sent to our email. So if we take a look, this code, okay, I just copied the code. It should be the same as the code that we have here. So let's just paste it here for clarification. So this is the same code. So that's how we are going to be sending OTP to the user. Okay, so we are done with that part. Let's get rid of these functions from here. So we've tested that. So we need to go ahead and save, not save, but we need to go to our create user, and then we can put this function in use. Okay, so here we are coming back to auth controller. So in our auth controller, right underneath this comment, that's where we are going to use send mail. Okay, so we haven't imported send mail. Okay, so we need to import the function first. So right at the top, what we're going to do, we're going to create an instance of our send mail. After that, we need to get it from where it's coming from. So here we need to access our utils. Okay, that's wrong. So here we need, okay, should be a string right here. Utils, and here is supposed to be SMTP. Okay, and let's close that. So this is our function, the same function that we want to use here. So first we're going to require an email, right? So our email is going to be coming from this new user. Okay, so it's supposed to be new user dot, is it new user? Okay, new user dot email, and here we are going to send the OTP as well, like that. So that's how easy it is to send an email. So whenever a user is created here, we're going to send an email to that very user. So make sure that when you're running your test, that your email is a functional email. Otherwise, you won't get a verification and you won't be allowed in the application. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, next we're going to work on our user controllers. We are done with our auth controllers. So in between our user controllers, we're going to be working on our middleware as well, because we need to take care of our middleware. That's one thing that we do need to take care of. Of course, we need our middlewares to protect routes, and as well as getting our ID, because the ID that we pushed in our JSON web token, we are going to be using it a lot in our application. We don't want a user to send their ID directly from a request. We would rather get it from a token. Okay. So right now we need to move on to our user controllers, since we're done with our auth controller. So we haven't really tested our controller. So what we need to do, let's just go ahead and finish up with the user controller, then we can test them both, the auth controller, the auth routes, the user routes. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to create a new controller here, and we need to call it user controller. Okay, and it has to be a JS file, right? So in here we need to export, but before we export, let's just go ahead and import our model. Okay, so here we require a user model. After that, we need to go ahead and export our functions. So we're going to use module exports, and all our functions are going to be in here. So the first one is going to be get user. Okay, so this one has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take in request and response, like that. So inside we are going to require a try catch block. So in our try, what we're going to do, we're going to create a new instance, not a new instance, an instance of our user, and we have to await for our DB to get a user. So we're going to get this user by ID. User.find is going to be find by ID, and the ID that we're going to use, we are going to get it from our request user.id. That's the ID that we've stored inside of our token. We need a middleware. So let's finish up with this and then work on our middleware, and then we can test the routes, because without our middleware we won't be able to do anything with these routes. Okay, so here it's supposed to be request.user.id. It's supposed to be ID here, and what we need to do, we need to go ahead and just populate. So here, remember, we do have an address. Okay, so okay, this part we can leave it because it's not required in the first place. So populating it, it's a waste of time. So we don't need to do anything. We don't need to populate the address. So down at the bottom, we are going to deconstruct the data. Okay, we're going to create a new variable, and here we're going to remove the password, and we're also going to remove __v. We're also going to remove created it, and we are also going to, not also, but what we're going to do, we're going to have our user data here, right? So this user data is the data that we want to send back to the user. Because we're doing this thing, we're deconstructing our data, removing the data that we don't want to send back to the user and sending back the data that we want the user to see. Okay, this is for security purposes. You don't want to send them back their own ID, their own password. You don't want to do that. So here we're going to access the user.doc. Okay, so we're done with that, and we need to send back a response. So our response is going to be response.status, and we need a 200 here. So we're going to send back a status, not a status, but here we're just going to send back the user data like that. So this is for our profile. Down at the bottom, what we need to do, if we catch an error, we need to send back a response alongside with the status. So our status is going to be 500, and let's send a JSON. Okay, so in our JSON we are going to go ahead and have a status, and here we need a boolean, and we're going to make it false, and we're going to have a message. So our message is going to be error.message. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's it for our function. So here we do have this thing whereby this user is not used. Okay, this is because here we didn't add dot. Okay, so if we add dot, then this user is now used and our function is now correct. Okay, so we are done with this function. Next, we're going to work on our verification functions. That's going to be two functions, one to verify the phone number and the other one to verify the account. So there are two verification functions that we need to work on, and then we can move on to our middleware. Okay. Right now we need to go ahead and focus on verifying our account, not verifying our account, but we need to create a function to verify the account. So we're going to call it verify account. Okay, so it's going to take the same parameters as all our functions. It's going to be asynchronous, taking a response, a request and a response, and we need to close it. Down at the bottom, we need to create another one to verify phone. Okay, so here it's supposed to be verify phone, and it's going to take the same request response. So these are the two functions that we need to work on. So first we need to work on verify account. To verify account, we're going to require an OTP. Okay, so our OTP, we need to create an instance where we're going to store our OTP. So here it's supposed to be, okay, let's just call it user OTP. Okay, so this user OTP is going to come from requests.params.otp. Okay, like that. So let's close that. Down at the bottom, we're going to require a try-catch block. So in our try-catch block, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and get our user. Okay, so this is going to be our instance where we are going to store our user, and we need to await, and then here it's going to be user dot find by ID. Okay, so our ID is going to come from request user dot ID. Okay, the requests user dot ID. Okay, so that means this one is going to come from our middleware. Okay, down at the bottom we need to have a condition. If not user, then we are going to go ahead and return a 400. Okay, so here supposed to be user not found, response.status, and then we need to, our status is going to be 500, and we need to send back a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to have status. Our status is going to be false, and our message is going to be user not found. Okay, so if this condition is false, then we are going to go ahead and check whether the provided OTP, okay, which is going to be the user OTP, if it is equal to user dot OTP. Okay, because we have this OTP in our database already. If this is equal, if this matches, then we are going to update our verification. Okay, so we're going to have user dot verification. So our verification is going to be true. So initially it was false. So if you take a look at our user model, so in our user model, our verification by default is going to be false. This is the field that we're going to be updating. Okay, so back to this part, we also need to update the OTP. So user.otp, we're going to set it to none. Okay, so that means we don't have an OTP anymore. And down at the bottom, we're going to await our user, and then we're going to save like that. Okay, so after saving, what we need to do, we need to deconstruct our user, and then we send back the data. Okay, so here we are going to need const, and we need our deconstructor. So we're going to remove the same here we're going to have our password. We're going to have __v. We're also going to have or OTP. We don't need to send back that field, and we need created it, and we're going to send others. Okay, like that. So here it's supposed to be user._doc like that, and we need to close that. So down at the bottom, we're going to return a response. Okay, so here we need a return and we need response. Our status is going to be 200. So here, instead of sending this like the way that we were doing before, what we just need to do, we need to send back other, not other, but it's going to be spread operator, and we send back other. Okay, so here it should be others, and here others, like that. So this one is a spread operator. It slipped my mind before. I couldn't get it together. So this is a spread operator. Okay. So if the condition is not met, what we're going to do, we're going to have an else. Okay. And we need to send back a response. So we're going to send a 400 with the message wrong OTP, but we can change this to OTP verification failed, something like that. Okay, verification failed. Okay, so that's what we're going to send. So this is all for this function, and we need to send back a response here if we do have an error. So we need a status, and our status is going to be 500, and we need to pass back JSON data. So our JSON data going to be false, and here we need to have error.message and just close. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for that function. Okay, so we are done with this. Our next one is going to be similar to this one somehow. So let's go ahead and just copy everything that we have inside of this function. Okay, inside of our try. So in our verify phone, what we're going to do first, right at the top, what we need our OTP, not our OTP, but we need our phone number. Okay, we need our phone number because we need to update the phone as well. Okay, so here what we're going to do, we're going to have const phone is equals to request params.phone, and down at the bottom we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try, we're going to paste the code that we just copied. So we need to remove this condition from here. Okay, so if this condition is not true, okay, so let's say we found a user here, we're going to jump to this part. So this part we need to make a little bit of change. So what we're going to do here, we're going to go ahead and just get everything out. Okay, and we're going to paste it here. Okay, let's format the code a little bit. So here it's not verification, but it's going to be phone verification. Okay, so that's the phone verification that we're setting to false, to true, I mean, not to false, because initially it's going to it is false by default, and we need to go ahead and update the phone number. Our phone number is going to be the phone that we get from our params. Right, after this we need to go ahead, save our user. After saving our user, we need to just deconstruct our user, use the spread operator to remove the password __v OTP and the created it. Then we're going to send back others. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. We're returning others as our response, our JSON response. So if we do have an error, we're going to send a 500, just the same way that we did on top. Okay, so that's all for this function. We are done with these two functions. So next, what we're going to do, we're going to focus on both routers. So the first one is going to be the auth router, and the second one is going to be the user router. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, and then we can see whether we can run some tests on these controllers that we just created. with our functions, what we need to do, we need to, functions or controllers, either way, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create our routes. So we need two routes. So the first one is going to be our auth, and it has to be a JS file. Okay, so inside of our JS file, we need, let's just go to rating, since it's one of the shortest routers that we have. We copy the code from here and we paste the code in our auth router. So the first thing that we need to do in here, let's go ahead and remove the controller. We need a new controller. So our controller is going to be auth controller. Okay, so our spelling here, it has to have double L is equals to require. So we are going to take in our controller from controllers, and our controller is going to be auth controller. So let's close that here. So here we need a post request, a post route, and we're going to call it register. Okay, supposed to be register right here. So we're going to be accessing our auth controller, and from our auth controller we're going to let's see what's happening here. Okay, create user is going to be auth controller dot create user. They should show up already. So yeah, something is happening. So let's just go ahead, comment this out for a minute. Let's save this. Let's uncomment this. So we need the auth controller. Still, it's not showing up. If you say create, it's not showing up. Okay, so it should show up by itself, even if, let's see, auth controller. Let's try to re-import controllers, auth controller. Okay, so we need to access the controller. Okay, so let's just say create user here, and we'll try to, okay, we are not able to visit this. So probably you need to go ahead and close the application if you run into the same error, and then try it again. So that's what I'm going to do after creating these routes. Okay, so down at the bottom we need another post. So this one is going to be for a login. Okay, so to log in we need our not auth, it's supposed to be auth controller, and from our auth controller we're going to have a login user. It's supposed to be a login user, like that. Okay, so let's save. We don't have an error, but this might cause an error if we hook this to our server.js. So what we can do here, let's just go to our server.js. What we want to do, we want to have auth controller here, auth router, I mean, not auth controller. So it's supposed to be auth. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. It's causing an error because the router is not getting the functions. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just finish up with the server part. So here, this route, we are going to put it at the top. Okay, it's going to be just like this. It's going to be open. It has to be open. So if you open Postman here and we go to auth, sign up, yes, it's going to be like that. So here we need auth router. Let's save again and see whether we have any luck. Probably not. Okay, so stop our server and try to run it again. Probably the same. So what you can do, you can just close the application and open it again. Probably it would work. So I'm going to do that and then we continue. We found the solution to the problem that we faced, auth router. So what we need to do here to make our controllers readable in our auth router, we need to add an S here. It's supposed to be module exports, not export. And then if we save, then our application will run properly. So now we need to go on to work on our user router. Okay, so we don't have anything in our user router as yet. What we are going to do, we are going to go ahead and just copy our auth, and then we paste everything in our user router. After that, we need to import our controller. So const user controller is equals to require. So we need to specify the path with which we are getting the the controller from. Okay, so from controllers, we're going to get the user controller. Okay, so here our first controller is going to be, let's visit our user controller first. So we have 3 controllers, right? But what we can do here, we need to add one more to delete. Okay, so let's just copy this get user and we can paste it down here. We need to rename it to delete user. So we need to get rid of that. We need to get rid of the variable and we need to get rid of these 2 as well. So here, what we're going to do, we're going to find one by ID, and the ID that we are going to use is going to come from user. And here we just need to pass a JSON, but up on top it's find by ID and delete. Okay, so that's the difference. And in here we need a status, so our status is going to be true and our message is going to be user successfully deleted. Okay, so user successfully deleted right there. That's what we need to do. That's all that we need for our delete function. So after that, let's go back to our user controller, to our user router. So we've mapped it here. So the first thing that we need a get. So these ones, they're going to require a middleware. So we're going to work on our middleware, and then we are going to just go ahead and put our middleware later before we test our routes. Okay, so we are going to access our user controller. Then in our user controller, we're going to get user. So here it has to be like that. And to delete, it's going to be the same as well. And we need to access our user controller and we need to delete user. Right at the bottom, we need 2 to verify. So these 2, they're going to be get request. Okay, both of them. So we need another get and we need another get here. Okay, so what we can do, we can open our Postman auth verify account. So for verify account, we're going to name it verify and we need a param. So this param, we need to go ahead and check the name. Okay, so here it's supposed to be verify and then we need a parameter. So here it's supposed to be verify account. So if we have over verify account, we have OTP. So that's going to be the name of our parameter. Down below, we're going to have verify phone, verify underscore phone. When we're verifying a phone, we are going to require a phone number. So here we're just going to say phone and we're going to say verify phone here. Okay, so those are the routes that we need. But in order for us to use these routes, we are going to require middleware. So that's the thing that we need to work on next. After that, we need to go back to our server.js. In our server.js, we need to import our user route. Okay, so I've already imported the user route. So you can do the same. Import the user route. After importing the user route, then you need to come down here. Okay, and here you're going to say /users, then user route. So if we don't have an error, then our application should run without any problem. Okay, so our application is running without a problem. So that means we are done with this part. Next, let's go ahead and work on our middleware.